Yeah, every time I go to Tokyo, I always go to Tsukiji.
Tsukiji. That's nice. Who else is in the audience? Let me check. Hands up in the air if you want to come and join us in this Saturday edition. Tyler, don't bite. Me neither. Maybe Chris will. I don't know.
I'm a nice guy.
Yeah, you chew, right?
I think Shell's the one that bites.
Yeah. Any interesting?
Oh, so before, please, Cheryl, remind me.
Yeah.
We need to ask because now Twitter bought that company called Review.
Yes.
Which is an email newsletter.
Yes.
And
actually a paid newsletter, Tyler.
Paid
newsletter
can be, yeah. You can charge money or not, you know. And and so I've set it up, and you can the Tech News Twitter account. It's right. It's always right at the top under the bio, and a bunch of people have been subscribing, and I'm wondering how to use it. Should I write like a little article about the best thing that we found each week? So like each Sunday, because we don't have a room on Sunday, maybe I'll write a newsletter, but what to include in the newsletter each week?
A recap of all the juicy stuff.
The best stuff you missed?
Yep.
It sounds like a great
10.
idea, Tyler, but it also sounds like it's going to be work for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Not that I don't think
you want to
wanna
get so
work.
busy.
How to make it not so much work, but valuable. What would be valuable, but not a lot of work?
I think we need to start doing like a fan-based, this is the best story of the week. I don't know.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We could vote what is the best story of the week, or the best rant of the week, or the most insightful point somebody made about a headline of the week, or something like that.
The best joke of the week. Yeah, we can ask the audience to contribute, because I'm sure they'll be happy to do so. We tend to get a lot of back channel of flowers, right? But yeah.
And I don't want to speak for you, Tyler, with the whole, hey, this sounds like work thing, but I think what people in the audience don't realize is like, this is fun for us. We enjoy doing this. And I'm speaking for myself.
Yeah.
And so like, you know, we want to do this, but if we got to start tracking like everything we said in every show and all that, it becomes challenging. So
no, but it should
love the fans to tell us.
It should be something like, what was the most memorable, you know, important insight of the week. To me, I felt like this week, the whole insight around how the New York Times, or how TikTok is now going to go before the Senate, and how the New York Times isn't covering the fact that the TikTok's going to go there, and they're writing positive stories on TikTok, and that whole rant. I feel like that rant summarizes mid-October 2021, where we are at. Is kind of, I don't know of another story that's as relevant to where we're at in, third week of October 2021. Was there a bigger story than the fact that the New York Times is on a jihad, the jihad of corporate media against Facebook, while ignoring the egregious kind of weaponization of TikTok, and while kissing TikTok's ass and not holding their feet to the fire? Something like that.
That article definitely excited you the most.
But I mean, it's more than an article. It's like 4 articles.
Yeah.
That you need,
a series of articles.
All 4 articles together. Then you realize, oh, okay, so here's the articles of showing that TikTok's bad. There's a whole bunch of those. Here's the articles showing that all of the New York Times ridiculous jihad against Facebook, based on kind of not so strong evidence from NPR. And then here's kudos to the Senate for calling TikTok into the hearings for the first time. And here's the article that covers all the data on how they've never been appeared before the Senate, even though they've been called before. And while Twitter has 18 times, and which has a quarter of the viewers and a tenth of the young viewers, and then here's the cherry on top. The New York Times finally does write a story about TikTok, and it's a freaking, lovey-dovey, a
puff piece
who
talking
loves
about
you
how
baby
great
piece.
TikTok is
Yeah.
in school.
Yeah. About how TikTok's actually and schools are so great together. It's like, that to me was like the biggest thought of the week. I don't know if anyone else thinks there's another one though.
I think so too, Tyler.
A short question: who is behind the paper? What forces are actually driving this?
So, while funny you say that, because that do you know who? What was the lady's name? The Jewish lady who used to work at the New York Times that left. Somebody must know. Gosh, what's her name? Jesus. Barry Weiss. So Barry Weiss used to write for the New York Times. She came over from, was it the Washington Post, and was there for a couple of years, and then realized, and she's not even right. She's liberal. She's Jewish. Grew up in a very Jewish home, liberal. Not at all right leaning, and if anything, you would say center, and that's why they brought her in. And then she did an interview. She did a bunch of interviews this week because it's the 1 year anniversary of her leaving the New York Times, resigning, where she wrote a really hot, goodbye letter saying this place is a hostile work environment. New York Times is a hostile work environment, she says. And while they're on a tirade looking for anyone else, all how big tech is constantly a hostile work environment. And then she goes on Ben Shapiro's show like 4 days ago. And she does this long sit down 30-minute interview with Ben Shapiro, who is right leaning, who's also Jewish. And they were just going into it. And she kept saying, and they were totally, I loved how cordial, how in agreement they were with each other. They were both very anti New York Times. That's the one thing the kind of main thing they shared in common. But she made the point, and he made the point, that the executives, which is Charles Schellenberger, who inherited it from his father and then his grandfather and great-grandfather. The New York Times has been passed down now multiple generations through the Schlumberger family. And Barry and Ben Shapiro make the point that the executives are not in charge, that they've basically handed over power to the very kind of the extreme left journalists at the publication, because they were staging a massive resignation over when Senator Cotton wrote an op-ed for the New York Times. And she says that was the critical moment. That's when the New York Times changed from the paper of record, the seeker of truth, as they call it, to just a full-on activist publication. It just rolled over and never to, just game over, because when those folks said that they, we're all going to resign, the executives caved to the kind of mob there, and it's been ever since then. They've totally done a full, ship, and it's all, by the way, what were they threatening to resign over? This Senator Cotton, he's an American senator. This is an American senator who wrote an opinion piece, right, for the New York Times. And they just said, we're resigning over this, or it's our way or the highway. And Barry Weiss made the point, like, whether you share political views with him or not, he's an American elected senator. This is not like some random person that has no position in civil society. This isn't you see what I'm saying? Like if if you can't handle people with other views, like the whole point of journalism is having people with different views in the same article. And if you can't handle that, Barry Weiss says in her interview with Ben Shapiro, if you can't handle people with different views, you should not be a journalist. You're not a journalist. You're not doing journalism if you're not able to share both sides of a debate. If you're not able to do that, journalism ain't for you. You chose the wrong profession, because that's fundamental to the process, is different views.
This is one of the things that actually is in the political debate regarding public services in Sweden, is that how you keep yourself unbiased. And what you described for me here is what actually have happened on the Swedish television, the public service. They have been hijacked by the left wing all the way, and there's nothing. As soon as somebody goes against it, they get thrown out.
Can you give an example?
The thing is here that it has been quite a few. The thing is, I'm out driving cars usually, so I can't send you any clips right now. But there have been several occasions. Just recently, we have a very, very known Swedish radio show called Ekot. Ekot was rather the most reliable news source in Sweden, because they has always been very, very objective, and they have always been pinching the power in the side, and being a really, really pesky little rat. But the thing is here, lately they have gone dead silent on anything that has been towards the powers, and we talk about the power in Sweden. And they are doing, I don't have the direct English translation of it, but what they're trying to do is to move the focus of the question of the sensible target in Sweden. We have, and again, we are a tiny little country at the size of Chicago in the number of people, but we have a tremendous amount of problems in this little country. And the thing is that they don't want to discuss it because it's not on the left agenda to discuss these problems with immigration, with the high unemployment rate. In Sweden, we are about 10 million, and we have 2 million of these living out of welfare. Johan Dunn.
Is that right? Out of the 10 million, 2 million are living on welfare?
2.1 million events. We have
Whoa.
an unemployment rate of 8.1%. And the 2 million, these are all the ones that are on permanent sick leave, as well as living on pension and on other social
I
services.
see what you mean.
Pension and welfare are very different, though. Just to be,
yeah,
because pension is earned, welfare is based on the state. So I do want, people spend years and years working for a large organization, and the least that they can expect is to have them take care of them because they took care of the company. I feel like we have to be careful to use those words synonymously.
So I'd like to make the counter argument about what set Senator Cotton's op-ed apart.
Feel free.
So the thing is, he was advocating sending in troops to quell the protests against the Trump administration, and newspapers operate the way they do because of the First Amendment, and that also includes the right of assembly. So that op-ed essentially struck at the heart of more than one basic constitutional freedoms that we enjoy. And it's one thing to cover as news that here's a U.S. senator saying that we should send in troops. That would absolutely be not just appropriate, but necessary, so that people understand what different political actors are advocating. And that's one thing, but it's a totally different thing to give them the platform to say it as an opinion that's worthy of being considered, not beyond the pale.
Okay. Anyone else with any other local contexts? Heyman, what's happening in Canada?
No, I mean, I missed the first part. Is this whose article was this? Is that Wides who wrote it?
No. We're debating what to put in the weekly newsletter to represent this week. And by the way,
Oh,
I'll give you a preview. The biggest story, right?
Trump's.
You know how we do the air horn and we go through the top stories?
yep.
Well, here comes the air horn, and here comes the biggest story.
Finish!
Let's do this.
Top stories. New York Times. They say they have internal documents. Internal documents show the extent of Facebook's knowledge of extremist groups on its site, but doesn't offer a complete picture of its decision making in response.
Hold on, that is the top story for you, Tyler. Not
Yes.
Truth Social.
Not what?
Not Truth Social. Trump.
No.
I know
Trump's
exactly. Trump
has
is
it.
this.
You know,
Well, that is
Trump.
part of the story,
That's
though,
got to
right?
be the top.
No, but
For
that's part of the
me,
story. New York Times is
for,
scared.
Here, check it
for
out.
me, the biggest story is Dr. Danish with resilient health with
Thank you,
technology.
Cheryl. Thank you.
that's very kind, but it's not the biggest story in the country.
Here is biggest story here. Thank
It
you.
is the
That's
biggest
fair.
story for
But
us.
thank you so much. I was just gonna say, going back, is it not the biggest story that not only did it go public through via SPAC, but it's gone up like 800% or something
You know
ridiculous
what?
in the last like 3 days.
Great,
Billionaire.
great point. The Trump social media, the
1,225%.
the Trump social media thing, the SPAC, which it went really hot on the market, that is also incredibly representative of this week. Like, one of the biggest headlines of the week for sure. Fair point there.
The theme of the week is that we don't only take our ball and go home, we take our ball, go home, and start a new game. And the thing is the games are no longer played between us anymore. And that's really kind of the biggest story I'm seeing is like everything's becoming an echo chamber. And it's now an echo chamber driven by self-interest, because if the New York Times was really interested in children, they would address TikTok. If Facebook was really, all the platforms were really interested in true promulgation of information, Trump wouldn't need to go create another platform and bring all of his followers with him, so to speak. So I think the real story is we're factioning, we're breaking into factions right now.
Well, they're unbundling. Like this happens in every industry. I know that we want to believe that there's something special about social media, but for the older geeks in the room, we've seen this unbundling and rebundling over and over. And we had a winner take all. And to be honest, it was an irresponsible winner that now corporate media has gone after. And so, and that obviously is Facebook. Facebook bought Instagram and WhatsApp. No one did anything about it, which was actually incorrect. And now we're seeing it break up. And by the way, just like DWAC or Trump's Truth Social is going to come out, there will be a response to that, and we're going to continue to see it fragment more and more. And that's probably a good thing. So that's where Chris, you and I maybe disagree. I think the echo chambers exist within one large platform. Just because we're splitting off into multiple platforms doesn't actually mean that they're gonna. I mean, I do believe the echo chambers are gonna get louder before they kind of tear apart and rebundle. I just think that Facebook has not done any good in terms of making those echo chambers uh, equal. I think you could buy your way, and people are tired of that. And you could buy your way to silence people. You could buy your way to censor people. And I think
Yeah.
censorship. This is what happens when you censor.
But I think Twitter also, plus I agree with Danish, and on top, Twitter, if you think about it, is the dumbest decision about like banning people for life. That's going to come back to maybe haunt them, because you're going to have other platforms that are going to be competing with the Twitter, right? Which is good. I think that's pretty good, because you need discourse, and the sort of like, even on this stage, we have people with different backgrounds and different interests and different political backgrounds as well. So when we have this discourse, is how we come to something, right?
So check this out. So how there was a headline. Well, it wasn't a headline. It was Facebook. Somebody very senior at Facebook, like the head of communications, VP of communications, about Thursday or Friday, sometime Thursday or Friday, did a tweet thread of 5 tweets saying, "Hey, we happen to know that a whole bunch of journalists are conspiring together to do a whole bunch of juicy coordinated attacks in the very near future. And rather than do gotcha journalism, we're here if you want to ask us about what those random documents you're sifting through actually mean, because we can get the people involved in creating those documents and help you provide the actual, context around those random PDFs you're searching through our garbage. And we're here. We can answer those questions for you. You remember this? And then the headline was Facebook attacks, literally those words. Facebook attacks 25 plus journalists, accusing them of, you remember this? And I was like,
Yeah.
I said, decide for yourself. Is a Facebook attacking these journalists? No, not even
Of
close.
course not.
They
Yeah.
they were saying, "Hey, we know what you're doing. You're conspiring together to look through all these documents that Frances Haugen leaked. But, in the last month while she knew she wanted to leave, she spent an entire month taking every document she could on her way out the door. You're sifting through them. You're all working together to release a whole bunch of them next week, and we're just letting you know our phone line's open." As usual, if you want to, actually understand any of these documents that you're looking at, because cherry picking out little points and trying to write hit pieces without asking us what these documents are actually about, because Frances doesn't know what they're about. She worked on one little team. We have 100,000 employees. You're using documents of which she has no actual connection to. We have the people who are directly involved in those documents, and we can tell you what the real context is about them, just like we had to do about your other two headline hit pieces that you tried to write about how the AIs only remove 3 to 5% of hate speech, and then we had to go, show the world exactly how stupid that article you wrote is, because we don't use AIs to remove hate speech. We use humans for that. So rather than embarrass yourself by writing a whole bunch of pieces about documents you know nothing about, because you're just blindly writing them without asking us, the people who are the source of those documents, what's going on. So anyway, now here it comes. They were right. Facebook was correct. Here they are. So the New York Times headline is internal docs show blah blah blah. The next headline is NBC internal docs Facebook separate. Totally separate headline, totally separate issue. NBC says they have internal docs that show that something else. Washington Post says they have new docs that show something else. Bloomberg says they have internal docs that show Facebook staff faulted the company for failing to thwart the proliferation of group. And the Washington Post. So you got the Washington Post, The Information, Bloomberg, NBC News, and New York Times all writing totally separate, unrelated headlines. The only thing that connects them is they're all based on these internal docs that Frances Haugen leaked to the Wall Street Journal. And the Wall Street Journal is like, you literally have 10,000 documents. We don't have time to go through them all. So we're going to share these up amongst all the journalists, and we're all going to take turns going through these. And Facebook knew that. And Facebook 48 hours ago said, hey, we know what you're doing. If you want any help, we can help provide actual context so you don't have to embarrass yourself with this, journalistic jihad you guys are all on by digging through our literal garbage. You're literally digging through actual garbage into our recycle bins on our computers, into documents from employees whose opinions are not the stated opinions of Facebook.
But
So
more importantly,
not
I've never seen
garbage.
journalists share information like that across the board with different companies. I mean, these are competitors sharing documents
correct.
just to attack a company.
Correct.
I've never seen this happen
That's
before.
why I'm calling it a jihad, because you've got the Taliban joining hips with the ISIS, joining hips with the Al Qaeda, because they're all in this mega jihad together against the infidels at Facebook.
Counterpoint to that, when, for example, the federal government releases a bunch of documents, it's common for journalists to split it up so that they can all get through and share what they find so that they can get through it all by the next news cycle. That's a well-established practice.
We
So,
also have the Paradise leaks. All of these ones has also been shared among.
the great example. The Paradise Papers or the Panama Papers was another example. So we could go. There's, like I said, there's like 5 of them here, 6 of them, and And the information says that they have sources that over 12 news outlets, including AP and Fox Business, formed a consortium to sift leaked Facebook docs from Frances Haugen, reporting stories separately. And so let's start with this one because this will set the red carpet for what we're going to go through with all the 5 other articles. New Facebook storm nears as CNN, Fox Business, and other outlets team up on whistleblower docs. It's not often that major news organizations coordinate to sift through a large trove of leaked company documents and agree not to publish stories about them until a certain date. But in the world of news related to Facebook, these are extraordinary times. Something similar happened in 2016 when the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists published financial leaks in the investigation called the Panama Papers, exactly as we just said, uncovering details of the global elite's tax haven. Now it's Facebook's turn. Upcoming news stories based on thousands of Facebook documents, which whistleblower Frances Haugen worked to release to more than a dozen news organizations as diverse as AP, CNN, Le Monde, Reuters, and Fox Business Network, aren't likely to be as revelatory as those epic leaks of time past. For one, the Facebook documents were the basis for the series of impactful stories from the Wall Street Journal, which received them from Haugen months ago. Those pieces revealed how much the company's research showed Facebook's products to be quote unquote toxic for some. No, it didn't show anything about the word toxic at all. There was not the actual document had nothing to do with the word toxic. You're implanting that word where it doesn't actually belong. So it says it showed Facebook's products to be quote unquote toxic for some teens and offered details about how there were internal concerns about the company wasn't doing enough to stop human trafficking coordinated through its platform or to remove other dangerous content. The reporting led to a U.S. congressional hearing 2 weeks ago. Right. So the point here is that they're now naming many of the 12 outlets that are working together on what's called a embargo, which means they're all picked a time to coordinate to launch. Well, obviously that was today because the top 6 stories are all these internal documents. So again, from top to bottom, the top one is New York Times. Their document that they're focused on shows the extent of Facebook's knowledge of extremist groups on Facebook, but don't offer a complete picture of its decision making in response. If you're confused, so am I.
Yeah, it's just so fascinating that of all the academic work that's been done that's shown that social media can be toxic for teenagers and especially young women, and all of this toxic positivity can be bad. There's incredible papers that have come out over the last, I don't know, 5 to 10 years. No one ever gave a shit, but a small survey, internal survey, which is not a valid way, by the way, to test this concept. There are much better research methods out there being talked about within Facebook. And by the way, even the survey's actual conclusion was inconclusive, and it's everywhere. I just find this to be is the point here that it's quote unquote whistleblowing? Is that what's sexy about this? I don't understand what's actually like so eye-opening. Did anyone on the stage not know that Facebook could be toxic for teenagers?
Hang on. Yeah, it says company documents. This is the New York Times. Company documents show that the social network's employees repeatedly raised red flags about the spread of misinformation and conspiracies before and after the contested November vote. 16 months before last November's presidential election, a researcher at Facebook described an alarming development. Okay, we're talking about one person out of 100,000 at a very large company. Okay, hold that thought. That's what we've figured out thus far. That somebody at Facebook described an alarming development. Hold the phone, Tyrone. Somebody at Facebook described an alarming development. Now, I got news for you. Do you have people at your office, your company, that are stupid? Is anyone here happen to work at a huge company? We're talking 100,000 people. I can you imagine if your company grew to be 100,000 people? Do you suspect you might have an idiot in that company who has
Standard deviation rules, right? Standard deviation rules.
statistically half of those people have below average intelligence? Okay, and 10% of them are outright nincompoops. That's a technical term. Okay, so somebody this whole document is predicated on the point that somebody, a person out of 100,000 at this incredibly huge company, described an alarming development. Okay, she was getting content about the conspiracy theory QAnon within a week of opening an experimental account. She wrote in an internal report. So she found something truly horrific, that after creating a new account on Facebook, after 1 week, she was receiving content about the conspiracy theory known as QAnon. And that's what the New York Times is writing this article about. That an internal team member at Facebook raised the red flags, blew the alarms, because on a 1 week old account, it was receiving content about the conspiracy theory known as QAnon. On November 5th, 2 days after the election, another Facebook employee posted a message alerting colleagues that comments with quote unquote combustible election misinformation were visible below many posts. 4 days after that, a company data scientist wrote in a note to his coworkers that 10% of all US views of political material were of posts that alleged the vote was fraudulent. In each case, Facebook employees sounded an alarm about misinformation. So we had 3. That was a grand total of 3 employees saying they found things that they felt were concerning. Okay, 3. In each of those 3 cases, Facebook employees sounded an alarm about misinformation and inflammatory content on the platform and urged action. But the company failed or struggled to address the issues. The internal dispatches were among a set of Facebook documents obtained by the New York Times that give new insight into what happened inside the social network before and after the November election, when the company was caught flat-footed as users weaponized its platform to spread lies about the vote. Facebook has publicly...
just Tyler, just quickly, provides new insight into a huge data set that's statistically significant with 3 people in it.
They're naming 3. Facebook has publicly blamed the proliferation of election falsehoods on former President Donald Trump and other social platforms. In mid-January, Sheryl Sandberg, Facebook's chief operating officer, said that the January 6th riot at the Capitol was largely organized on platforms that didn't have our abilities to stop hate. Mr. Zuckerberg, Facebook executive, told lawmakers in March that the company did our part to secure the integrity of the election. But the company documents show the degree to which Facebook knew of extremist movements and groups on its site that were trying to polarize American voters before the election. I'm understanding what's going on here. Now I get it now. The New York Times, which doesn't allow even Republican senators to speak in the New York Times, right? Because they're not interested in anyone who doesn't share their version of the Quran from having any kind of blasphemous perspectives. So anything that isn't their version of their one and true and only religion is blasphemous. And Facebook team, there are people who work at Facebook who are upset that they also found some things that concerned them. And this is why the New York Times is like, how can it be that some 3 different Facebook employees alerted the company that there was concerning material, and how can you as an organization not remove these blasphemers from your platform? Because
Can I push back a little
Tyler,
bit on
though,
this actually? Because
go.
Tyler, I agree with you overall that New York Times has put this censorship out there. But to be fair, so did Facebook. But you're saying that, that, oh, like this is what I believe, and if you don't believe that, we won't let you speak. But didn't they ban Trump for life? I mean, I'm just saying,
That is
but
nowhere near enough for the New York Times. The New York Times would not be happy until Facebook removes all people with anything other than extreme left views.
But Tyler, another thing though, right? If you think about it, this is not a holy war. This is not like a crusade. They're not using like going on a Bible or Quran or whatever, Gita or whatever, right? It's basically a bunch of special interest groups, right, who are trying to protect their turf. That's all this is. This is not a holy war. They'll switch at any moment if they get like all of a sudden more viewers who like what they do. Like, what if like all of a sudden they do some articles that are very given for a certain population, they'll keep going at it. It's all ad revenue. This is all interest group. This is all it is. It's not a holy war. They're not. If they really believed in the right and wrong, as religions do, they wouldn't be doing some of the articles they have been doing, right? Like for instance, I don't know. It's just it doesn't like I don't think we should be associating this with religion, right? This is not a
It
holy
is
war. This is not
because
a crusade. It's
they're
not.
so Heyman,
it's illogical dogma. The
No. Religion has no, but the problem is it's interpretation that's illogical. It's
so so
not the
so just to
religions, right?
kind of be clear though, like you made it a left and right. You guys are talking about left and right wing. I really think this is about self preservation.
Exactly.
Agree.
It's
Yeah,
interest groups. These are
It's
this is
self-interest.
purely.
it's not even about to
It's
me it's not about the
collusion.
special interest groups. It's literally saying Facebook has been kicking our ass. We
Yes.
used to be the most important thing in the world. Again, I mentioned this, but like I've heard from journalists previously saying, I used to go home for Thanksgiving and my mama used to be proud of me. I worked at this giant, amazing news organization. We
And
were
even Barry
journalists.
Weiss
And
has
and
left
and
the organization. That's
and
the funny
Facebook
part.
comes in and makes them, I don't want to say irrelevant because no one here can claim that New York Times is irrelevant, but they're definitely a lot less relevant than they used to be. A lot less people get their news from the New York Times than they used to. And I will push back that I don't think this is about the right wing versus left wing. I think this is about who is supporting corporate media and
Right.
who is supporting Facebook. And it's interesting because that's why New York Times. Think about it this way, Tyler. New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, all of them are united despite their completely differing views around where they stand. I mean, Wall Street Journal is definitely much more right leaning than maybe not as much as it used to be. But you're hearing this even on Fox News. Corporate media is aligned. For once, there's bipartisan support. Everybody's scared / hates Facebook. So I don't know
Dude,
if this is a right or left wing issue. That's just
no,
my
exactly.
opinion.
And that's what you said it. You said the as I said before, it's the interest groups, right? This is just purely lobbying in a different way. They're just saying, oh, hey, government, you need to silence these guys, right? Or like they're just lobbying for eyeballs. And see, come on, every Sunday you used to hear about, oh, the New York Times Sunday edition has this. Now we talk about TikTok video has this, or oh, did you see what's on Facebook, right? It's a whole different generation. This is just survival of interest groups. And one more thing I noticed also, remember how we were talking about the problems of Danish, you were also saying the fact that how come we didn't say anything about the fact that teenagers and are affected? Why does it take like organizations to tell us, right? So that also, if you think about it, the fact that we are actually relying on these organizations to tell us what's right or wrong also tells us something about our society. It's just that we are not able to think for ourselves. Our critical thinking part is gone. Like we're relying on these so-called news media to tell us what's right or wrong. And I think that's the scary part for
That
me.
so Haman, you're hitting the point on the head, and that's why this is
Exactly.
like a jihad. People take
Or
journalism as
crusade. Like
religion.
I want to like watch that word though, guys, because remember, this is
Okay,
like
let's
we
call
have
it
to be careful.
let's call it journalistic terrorism, just to agree there.
Or
But this is as close to religion as it gets. Look, if someone doesn't agree with your view, you ostracize them. That's typically
That's my
how some,
point. Yeah, well, pick whatever word you want, but when you get so
Right.
extreme in your views that anybody who isn't completely in line with your interpretation of whatever
and they're
God
right.
or Allah or whatever you think,
This is just extremism, right? But
yes,
it's
They're
also
right, just
lobbying.
as
It's
guilty as the
lobbying,
left.
right?
blind
It's like you're
extremism
just
of whatever type,
it's also
Absolutely.
where you're
I
where you are intentionally trying to harm people who don't share your views.
That's the
yeah.
age in which we live in now.
Right.
yeah.
And the New York
Whether it's
Times has
Netflix,
very extreme views, and they're trying to harm Facebook because they were enabling other views to exist, even when internal employees were bringing it to the boss's attention. And the boss was like, you know what? Same with Netflix. The exact same scenario happened this week with Netflix. You have some Netflix employees saying, hey, Netflix, I'm alerting you, boss. We have content on our platform that is sacrilegious. It is apocryphal. It is, what's the word that's worthy
Good
of being
words, Tyler.
murdered? Huh?
Good
Infidels.
words.
Yeah.
You know,
And then the platform says, you know what? We're actually a platform. We allow multiple views to exist, and there are factions of team members at the New York Times, at the Wall Street Journal, at Netflix who think, no, we cannot have this. We need to have everybody needs to have our views, or they need to go be tossed into the ocean. And then
Yeah,
the
and they
platform is in the position of making the choice of which side they go with. In the case of Netflix this week, the Netflix decided to go with uh, we're going to have
Should
multiple
have.
viewpoints. In the case of the New York Times, they're like, okay, I guess we're going to go full religion. We're going to go full orthodox here.
You know, it's interesting because people might remember this quote from, I think it's Evelyn Beatrice Hall, but I can't remember, about I will disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to death your right to say it. I think we're past that
yes.
age now. It's so interesting. I mean, obviously, if anybody's heard my politics or maybe even Tyler's politics, we are not fans of some of the extremists. Like, I don't think there's any truth to things like QAnon. I don't think there's any truth to a lot of these crazy conspiracies,
or
but they
Russia
have,
stuff.
yeah,
But they
Well,
have
or
like
the
not
Russia,
all of
right
it,
to
not all of it.
express their
but they
views.
definitely have a right, because you know what's going to happen is, Truth Social is going to happen.
Correct.
And we've got to stop. And to be honest, like, there's a reason why no one trusts these corporate media anymore. But people really don't trust them. They're probably one of the least trusted sources of information now in the world, is because while can you just imagine being on the other side when a Facebook employee comes to you and you're a manager, and you know that if you start censoring, you're actually increasing the risk for your platform to be regulated by changes in Section 230. There's actually a business case to not regulate, to not censor. It's not just because they believe so strongly in free speech. It's actually just good business, because the day you start regulating what can and what cannot, and if your algorithm starts doing this, the easiest way to think about this is, there's actually a very simple use case. Can you imagine if Facebook started censoring any negative? Let's say they started doing awful
Cat
things.
videos.
Yeah, well, they started doing awful things, right? Like, let's say Facebook now is a country. That's what gets people really going. And by the way, trust me, they're more powerful than any country. But let's say that they're a country, and anybody that says negative about Facebook can now not have a store on Facebook. Can now not have. If you start censoring, that is also a slippery slope. And that's the honest truth about it. If you say something negative about Facebook, imagine the algorithm automatically makes your store less likely to pop up. Maybe you have to pay higher rates. And suddenly your
And that's
business is
not
affected.
unfeasible. We're seeing that even with cancel culture. I think what you're saying is quite valid and realistic.
And so if we go down this road where we start saying, hey, people who you agree with should have a certain set of rules, and people you disagree with should have a certain set of rules, these organizations become kingmakers or queenmakers, and that is a scary, scary thought. So I think the reason why New York Times is so scared is because they love being the king or queen makers.
The,
You see, I'll give you a really good example. Even today, you can see some of the tech news stuff.
And you're going to notice, that one of the best tweet storms, and I'm going to tweet this out, is about Theranos. And there's somebody, and Tyler, you're going to love this. The corporate media over the years made her a queen. They made her seem like she was this incredible, game changing person. No one took the extra step of talking to her employees like they're talking to Facebook. But they said, oh, Theranos, Elizabeth Holmes, she's the queen. We love her. You know why? Because who were her investors? They were the incumbents. They were the rich people that maybe were donors to causes that New York Times cared about and all of these people cared about. Or maybe they were connected to the ownership, which is what this tweet storm actually goes into. And the point is that at the end of the day, they made kings and queens and they love that power. And
Yep.
now they don't have that power anymore.
So check this
And
out real quick. So I scrolled down to the comments. There's currently 50 comments on this post about the 3 people who raised alarm bells inside of Facebook. And I sorted by top reader picks, the top recommended comments. And one of the very top comments on this article from the New York Times says, you've got employees leaving companies around the world based on the stands their employers take or don't take regarding free/hurtful speech against various groups and people. But where's the outrage and mass walkouts at Facebook? Right, exactly. Well, and you ironically don't seem to understand that you just defeated yourself in your own comment.
yep.
Because you're believing what the New York Times is telling you, but then your own eyes tell you that there's no mass walkout happening. So, and then yet you're believing the New York Times, and you're confused. Well, I don't get it. Why is nobody quitting?
Cognitive dissonance.
Total cognitive dissonance that the New York Times
That
audience is having when they're
that's
consuming this trash content, and then wondering, I don't get it. Why is nobody quitting? Why, there's
that's why
100,000 people. Where's their protest of their workers? I don't get this. What's going on? Why aren't they quitting? They should be quitting. This is so confusing. Right? Because you've been lied to. You've been misinformed, sir.
this is what the founder, and this is what always gets me. The founders were so good with words, right? I'm in a regulatory environment, and a single word means so much. But freedom of the press, when you hear that word, does that mean the press can go do whatever they want? Or were the founders referring to the fact that the press should be free from interference and free from external influences? And that's what I'm getting, and that's what's so amazing is, before this, we thought freedom of the press meant the press can go do and say whatever they want as long as it's reporting. Now we're seeing that the freedom of the press is the freedom to go do whatever they want, depending on who pays them the most. And that's a different definition of free. And I think that the freedom of the press we really seek as individuals is freedom in the sense of nothing is in the press, not freedom to do what they want, but freedom from outside interference. And that's my soapbox.
And remember, and also one more thing we'd realize is, remember how the fourth estate, right? That was the whole idea of media, right? Making sure that governments are kept in line and there's another oversight. But now there's technically a fifth estate, right? Because technically we have this sort of like all these other people who realize that we need something more than journalism, like something that's like the bloggers, the other, like the independent journalists, all these social people. I think that's what I think we should realize is this is just a fight for power. Honestly, I think before, if you all like, even if you heard rumors or anything, we knew that stories, like if you go back to Iraq War, period, right? You know that there was manufactured consent right there, right? That war, if you look at the articles, how much articles came out of the New York Times about pro-war, right? It was manufacturing consent for doing something. Now they're losing that battle. Like these established networks that have had like intrusions from all these kind of like everywhere in the world. Like governments have actually had that was their medium, right? That was their how they communicated whatever they needed to do to get something done. Now you have like this fifth estate, which actually goes and questions everything. That can't be, and that's what I think the whole battle is right now. It's just trying to figure out is
who's going to win. And I think this is a democratization. This is a new, I think there's a change in value systems, hopefully. That's one thing we don't talk about. Like we're talking about this and that, but we're not talking about the values of the people. And like even Panama Papers, this stage, we just brushed it off, right? Panama Papers, and recently the Pandora Papers. How much time do we give to those things than we've given to these kind of stupid discussions about Netflix and all this bullshit? Honestly, like that impacts more people than any of this stuff. Like, I think we need to get back to the reality that there's a lot of things that come into play that affects people. Like the reason why people who are transgendered and maybe even gay or LGBT, anyone who suffers, it's also because of the fact that they're excluded from the economy, or maybe the financial parts are impacted too, right? So I think we should be starting to talk more about like all these different factors. And so we should be talking about the fact that the financial arms, the powers that be, are scared right now, and they're just trying to fight for turf.
Can
Honestly,
I?
like
The
can I
CEO of
just
the
add a
world's biggest company is Apple is gay.
I
can I
mean,
just
the
add an
point.
go ahead, Tyler.
But no, I mean, you're absolutely right.
Can I
But
add an additional point that's a little orthogonal to the whole discussion? So I agree with the discussion that we have um, legacy media looking out for their own self-interest vis-a-vis the new media. And if you sort of apply the maxim from Marshall McLuhan of the medium is the message, what's different about social media um, is that you can take a particular conflicted issue and you can debate it, or you can amplify real hostility. And the thing that concerns me, and this is a baby I hope we don't throw out with the bathwater, is that in an environment where there's no regulation whatsoever, and the only way to get eyes on screens is to amplify really bad behavior, really bad conflict, rather than serious, legitimate debate, you tear apart the fabric of a culture. And I think that's a relatively novel thing to social media that didn't exist with pre-existing media. Sure, there was yellow journalism. Sure, people played to their audiences. Sure, they elevated things that were conflicted that appealed to people, but there wasn't this huge amplification of nasty conflict in the filter bubbles and crossing filter bubbles with cancels. And so I do think that there's an opportunity to do something different. I don't like the fact that the media are masquerading behind some legitimate causes to pursue their self-interest in business. But I do believe there's a baby in the bathwater there that we need to regulate. And the reason to regulate it is to create a level playing field so that neither the incumbents like Facebook or the challengers like TikTok have to go to the bottom of the barrel by amplifying conflict in order to get more eyeballs and compete effectively. If there's a way that through a regulatory mechanism, revision of Section 230 or whatever, that we can put a cap on the deliberate amplification of conflicted, hostile behavior, not debate, but hostile behavior, I think that we can have a free market of social media that can compete in the free market with legacy media like the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal and the Washington Post. But where I believe that there's a self-interest for preserving a democratic society, we really need to pay attention to how nasty conflict is conspicuously amplified. I'm done.
Okay, I want to touch on the next article is that it's the same. It's NBC, which is one of America's top three legacy medias, news networks, and they say the internal documents Facebook employees created test account in 2019, and within days it was recommended extreme content, including QAnon. So it's a regurgitation of the New York Times article. It's just repeating the New York Times article essentially, and Associated Press, Engadget, The Guardian, CNET, New York Post, all jumping in on the dog pile. So watch how this works. Associated Press headline is Engadget, Facebook researchers were warning about recommendations fueling QAnon in 2019. New York Post, workers say Facebook was warned of 2020 election misinformation. CNET, Facebook resisted changes meant to dial back viral content report. Says now watch the Guardian's headline. Facebook crisis grows as new whistleblower and leaked documents emerged. And really just trying to paint the picture that Facebook is about to internally combust, right? Because that's the narrative they want to create, is that this is it. Facebook is about to go down. It has hit the iceberg. The ship's on fire. The captain, no one can find the captain. The shit's hit the fan. This is the Titanic moment, everybody. Get in the lifeboats. Facebook's going down is the narrative that the Guardian is trying to create about Facebook. Facebook's crisis grows as new whistleblower and leaked documents emerged. Okay, well, are the documents true? I mean, is the reports of the documents true? Well, it doesn't matter. There's new documents. Run. There's a boogeyman. You jump in the lifeboat. Company under fire as news reports detail spread of misinformation and conspiracy theories as even as staff raised concerns. Facebook faced mounting pressure on Friday after new whistleblower accused it of knowingly hosting hate speech and illegal activity, even as leaked documents shed further light on how the company failed to heed internal concerns over election misinformation. So the point is the very unique coordinated attack of corporate media simultaneously against Facebook. That's the point I'm making here. The next article is from the Washington Post. A new whistleblower, a former member of Facebook's team, files an SEC complaint. That's the Securities Exchange Commission, which is like stock market stuff. A new complaint alleging that Facebook prized profits over fighting hate speech and misinformation. That's just going to get laughed out of the fucking...
Yeah, come on. Like, I think Facebook is really not a great thing for society, but making this a securities issue, like...
The latest complaint to the SEC blames top leadership for failing to warn investors about serious problems at the company. That it put profits over fighting misinformation. It's not... Hang on. Hold on. It's an element. There's nothing. It's not illegal for a platform to have misinformation. It's not illegal. It's called Section 230. This is really basic, fundamental, elementary ABC bullshit. Platforms are not responsible for misinformation on their platforms. Do we understand that? If you can't get your head around that simple little point, please excuse yourself from the kindergarten, go back to the nursery, grab yourself a nice little bottle of mama milk, and leave and a blankie, take a nap time, have a timeout. If you can't understand the fundamental realities and the legalities of Section 230, that these platforms are not responsible for misinformation on their platforms and networks. It's called Section 230. It is in place. They are not responsible for misinformation on their platforms. Writing a letter to filing a lawsuit with the SEC that Facebook knowingly had misinformation and hence they should be in deep shit. You are fundamentally refusing to acknowledge that they have platform protections in the form of safe harbor laws and clauses and Section 230. What is going through your brain that you're not willing to accept? They have no responsibility, zero, legally zero, to remove misinformation on their platform. That's what Section 230 is. Now, you could say, I don't think they should have Section 230, and Donald Trump has said, I don't think they should have Section 230. A lot of people are saying, I don't think they should have Section 230, but the reality is, they do. They have it.
And
But
beyond
Tyler,
that,
I think
they explicitly come out saying, "Yeah, you know what? We're cracking down on disinformation, and we're not going to be as profitable because of that. There'd be shareholder lawsuits because of that."
Well,
Tyler,
also,
one more thing.
kind of, sorry, Heyman. One thing I was going to say is the challenge that I have here is just like how we're kind of getting all bent out of shape, which is fair, about how they're doing this as an attack or a crusade against their competitors here, just to be clear. And that's the thing that they're not saying. I believe every news story that is about social media should have a little disclaimer in it.
Yep.
That says, we are in direct competition
Right.
with this organ. But
That's
isn't
what
it
Tyler was saying.
disinformation?
and and
Isn't it
and another
disinformation
one
when
that
they
says
do it?
Facebook legally has is protected under Section 230, that they can have,
Exactly.
they could be 100% misinformation all the time. It could be nothing but, oh, where was the lawsuits against the National Enquirer at the tabloid when you were at the supermarket checking out, when they had headlines saying that Hillary Trump is as a two-headed alien love child with Dom DeLuise? Where was the outrage about that? You can make up whatever cockamamie brain stupid shit you want and put it on the front page, as the National Enquirer did for decades. They used to write headlines about Sasquatch having a love child with ET in Atlantis, and the Ark of the Covenant was discovered in the back of a Walmart. It doesn't. You
Those
can
weren't
write
true.
whatever shit brain shit you want. You are protected. That's the law.
Hillary Clinton had an alien baby. I don't know if you know that.
I read
And
it in the
she's a
National
hater just like
Enquirer.
you.
My
Breaking news.
But where was the New York Times upset about that headline? That the National Enquirer is not removing this cockamamie brain dead bullshit. They don't. It's okay to create crazy crap and put it in text and put it on a website. That's not illegal. There's nothing illegal about that. So what's your
And one more,
problem?
I think the biggest concern I mean, honestly, this is what it is. Like, I think Facebook is purely a reflection of us, right? It's just a mirroring of society. And if we're scared to see that, I think then we're going to lose big time. Like, we need to realize
No,
that
but
there are a lot of people voice.
my point is, these articles from this collaboration between the Guardian, CNET, New York Post, NBC, Washington Post, New York Times, etc., need to say Facebook legally can put whatever crazy cockamamie bullshit crap they
Mm-hmm.
want on their platform all day long. It's totally legal, and we are furious that they're doing it. But they have a legal right to do it. It's called Section
Because
230.
they have more eyeballs than we do.
Well, the New York Times does not have that luxury. The New York Times is not protected by Section 230. They cannot write whatever crazy cockamamie shit they want because they are editorialized. They're a publication. That's the
Too much.
difference. And it's driving them batshit crazy, clearly, that Facebook can do this stuff. And they're trying to hold them to the same legal standards that they have, which they cannot do. One has
But
protections, one does not.
Do
they're trying
Do
to
you
do
think?
so in the court of public opinion instead of the court
Correct.
of law.
Correct.
Well, I was going to say that there's something interesting here. Do you think? So you see, here's the thing: if New York Times believes there's a better way, why don't they start their own social media network
There you go.
so that they can actually compete, right? I mean, it
Though,
just
right?
tells you how, you know. And do you think that if they started it, no one would show up? Of course, some people would show up. I'd sign up. I'd check it out. But you know what? They're just too scared of change. And that is the honest truth, is that they want things to stay the same. And I don't know if they've ever, I think they've been reporting for years and years. They should have noticed by now that nothing stays nothing stays the same and things change over time. And they're unwilling to, because they want their cake, they want to eat their cake uh, you know, it's so interesting to me. I'm looking at this happen, and all they want is to be able to say, "Please stop. Please, can we be relevant again?" And again, just to be clear, I do agree that New York Times and Washington Post and Wall Street Journal are still relevant. I just don't think they're as relevant as they used to be, and
So
it's killing them.
Because they've lost the intellectual honesty. Even us aren't listening to them anymore, and that's the thing is that, and if you hear us talk up here, right, most of us don't come from a position of absolute knowledge, and we admit that, and that's the problem, is that you have these journalists that pontificate and come from act as if they're a source of absolute knowledge. And then the thing is us as the consumer start seeing holes in their knowledge, and we start doubting them. And then when we see their actions not align with what they tell us, it becomes transparently clear that this is just self-interest. It's just this TikTok thing, right? Like, kids are literally dying from TikTok, and they want us to sound the alarm on Instagram. And
Can I
it's
ask
just
I don't
because
even
an
think I want
obvious
them to
question,
have
actually?
absolute knowledge, but I expect that journalists will do their due diligence. That's what I pick up the newspaper for. That's what I'm reading. If I then have to do a deep dive just to ensure that they have integrity, why am I even paying a subscription? Why do I even engage? That's where the layperson has an issue, right? An average person isn't going to do that. They'll just take it, consume it, believe it to be true, and then proliferate those words. And that's where the danger lies.
You know, the
And
best thing
some
that's
of the
ever happened to
studies that
Facebook.
show that
I'm sorry, I
some
was
of the
going to say that
studies
the best, Alex, one second. I was just going to say the best thing that's ever happened to Facebook is that Trump started Truth Social. I'm telling you why. Because now, when he comes into power, I have a feeling he's going to win again. When he does come back
same.
and
100%.
becomes president, you know what? They're not going to go after Section 230 because it affects his bottom line. And if Trump is anything, he is very self serving. And so at the end of the day, if anything, Facebook's sitting there smiling and saying, they can't come after us now. Sorry, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone agrees that Section 230 is problematic to say the least. Um, the studies that show that 50% of people who are told that what they believe is misinformation is actually misinformation still hold on to those belief systems is actually quite terrifying in terms of the way that humans' minds work. The Canadian government's got an interesting piece of legislation that they've been kicking around that actually has a regulatory framework and bodies to actually administer rules for platforms. And it actually, it terrifies some free speech people, but, in Canada, there's no completely unabridged free speech. It's subject to, specific groups that you can't discriminate against. And so I think that things like that for platforms should be looked at a lot more. And I know there's a slippery slope argument, but I think given the fact that humans believe things that are untrue, even when they're told they're untrue, we need to do something about it for the betterment of society. I'm done.
One quick comment here. Facebook's in an interesting position. There's this scenario unfolding with these headlines today, with this coordinated jihad against them, is about how they didn't act to take down content from the infidels. Right? You have the corporate media, which is quite left, is saying Facebook didn't remove the content that we find sacrilegious and blasphemous, and they need to be held accountable. And this holy cow, how could they possibly not remove that stuff? Hold that one thought in your head. Put a pin in that one and put it in your back pocket. Now, simultaneously, the right is saying, has created a mega narrative, a meta narrative, that Facebook is silencing people on the right. That's why Trump's launching the Truth Social Network. How can those things both be true simultaneously? They are being told by the more fringe side, the more extreme of each side, left and right, are both angry simultaneously at Facebook for the precisely same thing. One side saying, you're not taking down the stuff on the right fast enough. You're leaving up QAnon. And then the people on the right are saying, you're silencing us. You're taking down our stuff. That's why we got to create our own social network.
Think, Tyler, those both things could be true,
They can
actually.
both be true. I just find it a
Yes, they
little
can.
ironic that they don't both
No,
realize
yes,
they're
they
both
can.
doing that.
But I'm sorry, yes, they can, because the right always complains, even if it's not true. But we know that the FBI and others have investigated, and Facebook didn't take down a lot of misinformation. We all know that.
Yes.
The research was done.
Yeah.
And we all know
But
that
there's nothing illegal about that, Messi.
I don't
And if
think
they
so.
did
But what
take
I
it
mean,
down, they would piss off half of their users who are right leaning.
What I'm trying to say,
It's
what you
not
are
their
saying is
responsibility.
logically
They
false.
have
I'm
zero
saying
legal responsibility to editorialize and curate the content on their platform. They can leave
what
that misinformation up there. By the way,
they can.
by the way,
They can if they want
do
to.
you use Safaricom?
Yes, I do.
Did you realize that Safaricom lets people say things that are untrue?
Yes, they
Yeah.
do.
Well, why aren't we doing something about that?
Yes, but I don't think Safaricom is doing as much as Facebook is doing. They have a billion,
No, the
what, two
reason we
billion
don't is
users.
because it would be utter chaos to expect communication platforms to editorialize and police their platforms. That's why we
What?
created.
So, what? But Tyler, I really do disagree. First of all, I think what you are saying, the premise that both of them cannot be true, is possible. It is true.
No, I
The
agree.
right
They can
usually
both be true.
complete.
They are, in fact, I'm saying
Yeah,
they are both true simultaneously. What I'm
yeah.
accusing them of is not realizing how they're accused. Both of their claims are counteracting each other simultaneously.
It is true, but I mean, it's the
Right.
polarization of the two parties that's
Right.
creating the scenario.
Yes.
But all I'm trying to say is also Facebook is not accountable like journalism is. Journalism is a
Correct.
trained investigative journalism where they have to abide by the law and by their license or stuff. Otherwise, they'll be in trouble. But Facebook is really free roaming, so they do whatever they do, but they could do whatever they want. But as a society, we need to hold them accountable, especially when they lie. So for me, yes, you've done few things that to point those out, but I don't even think that they deserve this kind of defense at all, because I know that they have been lying a lot of the time, a lot. We all,
Has
I,
Messi, has Facebook been lying, or are they allowing
yes.
lies on their platform?
No,
Hold on.
they
There's a
have
difference.
lied. I'm sorry. They have
What
Facebook.
have they lied
Zuckerberg.
about specifically?
Okay, so number one, when people ask him what they have done, and he didn't say that, and then he said people are F thing, and then that's why they give me all this data. Second, public, your photos. This was like in 2009 or something like that, when they actually, without even informing us, they changed the public setting so that everything that we do was going public, and the setting you were supposed to opt out, and then they didn't even inform us. And in fact, recently, when the Wall Street documents came out week day after day after day, most of them at the beginning were true. For example, they had insiders high up in management who said, look, I don't think Facebook, we are not doing what we say we are doing. And management didn't do anything. And then they didn't say anything about it. So, fifths, I can go. And then they said, actually, Facebook is democratizing access to information. Guess what? They had millions of exceptions, which they were doing. So if you are a celebrity doing something, you don't get suspended. So they actually are lying in public. So they've done a lot of things that damage actually when their reputation, that they are not trustworthy. This is why when something comes out, that we give credence, because they do develop a lot of lying. And recently about the January 6th data, right? The research and the people, the person that they deplatformed her. They lied about that until they got caught. So, I mean, they've done a ton that, we should hold them accountable. They could do
How?
whatever they
Messi,
want.
I have a question for you. So, none of the things, I was listening very intently because I wanted to listen to your point. Nothing that you said was in any shape or form illegal in the US. In the US, they have every law behind them. Nothing that he never went in front of Congress and lied under oath. That did not happen, right? He never broke any laws. And he being Zuckerberg, but he's not even the whole Facebook organization. You know how many people they probably have in their risk management team? More than most companies have as their employees. They have not broken any laws. They are following the law. So then the question becomes, should we change the laws. Until then, we need to either accept that they're going to follow the letter of the law or not. I'm just saying it's great to have these moral values, but I can tell you that unless we change the laws, which by the way have their own problematic aspects of them, right? Like we can't and again, you people have heard me say I'm not a big fan of Facebook. They are one of the largest sources of misinformation in the world. But you know what? When they start to censor things like the lab leak theory, when doctors were out there talking about like, hey, this might actually be an issue, we should look into it. They censored people and they made people feel bad and they deplatformed people. The fact that they removed the head of the Republican Party, which by the way, I can tell you that very few people dislike Donald Trump more than I do, and I'm just being honest about that. But you know what? When they deplatformed him, they led to more people going on Telegram, more people going in the background, and things getting much more heated between one side. They caused the division to get worse. So I'm just saying, I'm not a big fan of Facebook, but they've done nothing illegal. The law is on their side. So maybe instead of New York Times saying, like Tyler said, maybe they should put a disclaimer saying, hey, we're going to be virtue signaling for the next 45 minutes of this article. And we just want to be honest about it, that they haven't actually
Well,
broken any laws.
whoa.
Zero laws have been broken.
Is,
Zero.
is that my internet or is that me?
Oh, I can hear
You
you,
sound
Messi.
good. Go ahead. Go ahead, Messi.
Messi, okay?
Messi, can you hear us? So anyways, my main
Yes.
point was that they haven't
She's back.
broken any
I
actual laws.
She's back.
I
Yeah,
was
but
I was
you're
cut
both
off.
right. They have demonstrated that they're not entirely trustworthy, as Messi's articulating very well, and technically they're not breaking laws egregiously. Messi, go ahead.
Well, I'm just simply saying, Tyler, that it's just I don't think they are as innocent as everybody else is defending them. Yes, they haven't broken any law. Yes, and they are free to do whatever they want to do. But they also pretend to care. So I
That's a good
personally
point.
do remember, I personally really remember watching Obama saying to Zuckerberg and saying, look, the 2016 election, I think the Russians are creating fake accounts and kind of interfering with
Right.
our democracy. Can you do something? And Zuckerberg actually kind of made fun of Obama, like saying, you don't know what you're talking about. And later on, I mean, years later, we found out it's true and they knew about it. So to
I'm gonna
me,
tell
it's
you
like,
something though, Messi. I don't think a single Republican or anyone that voted for Trump was purely motivated by Russian. I mean, the Democrats had plenty of opportunities to run solid candidates, and that's the core heart of the issue. And
that's fine, Chris. I'm not really
I
trying
know
to
that's
to to,
specific,
to live. I'm not really trying to do that. All I'm trying to say is that they are not as innocent that they are, and I don't think they deserve all this really so much defense from us. Like I think over
but
a
I think
week. That's all
Messi.
I'm trying to say.
I think what you're not seeing is we're not defending Facebook. We're talking about the injustices that the media is doing in their reporting, or the not injustice. I'm drawing
Journalistic
a line.
integrity,
Yeah,
and that's
journalistic integrity
beyond
lacking.
Facebook, right? They could do
Yeah,
this to
that's what we're
any
missing
company. That's
because
the concern.
now we don't trust anything they say because now we have to question, is all of the everything they say dictated by self-interest, because we're seeing it right now as they use our children as the emotional heartstring. You hear my 3-year-old boy right here. They're using these kids as the reason we should be destroying Facebook when we know why we should not like Facebook already. And then on top of that, they take the actual threat to our children and promote it as something for good, when it's obvious that the only reason they're doing that is because TikTok doesn't compete with them in the delivery of news. And
I'm
that's where we're very, very, very upset, in my opinion.
the reason it might seem like I'm defending Facebook in this uh, kind of scenario between the corporate media and Facebook is because maybe I'm alone. I don't expect Facebook to be honest. I have zero expectation that
I
the
don't even
gar
expect them to be good.
I
I
don't
mean, they're an
expect
Yeah,
I don't
organization.
expect anything I read
agreed.
on Facebook to be correct or honest or real
I assume it's incorrect.
or even valuable. That's true. I even assume anything I read on Facebook is going to be garbage. And yet when I would make corporate media, I no longer do. It's very unfortunate, but I think that is more the danger of where a lot of misinformation is starting to happen, because I think people have a degree of trust and expectation that they should be able to trust what they're reading in the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times, and yet these articles are intentionally misinforming. And that's why that guy in the article is like, I don't understand. Why isn't there a big walkout and protest of Facebook employees? They're clearly, I just read this article, and there's clearly this egregious shit going on at Facebook. Where's the walkout? Where's the protest? Exactly. You've been misinformed, and the New York Times is misinforming people. And that's what, to me, why is a bigger, more of the surprise, the fact that Facebook is trying to please everybody by letting them all piss in, the pool. Hey, you're letting these people pee in the pool with this misinformation. Yep, we're a big open public pool. We're trying to please everybody all the time, and they're finding out just how impossible that is in this political atmosphere of 2021. And you're not going to please everybody. Everyone's going to be angry, and no, they're peeing in the pool. He's shitting in the pool. He's eating shit in the pool, and it's just getting crazy and out of hand. Yep, I know that. That's why I'm not in that pool. You know what?
But
I don't.
It's called a
I've
cesspool.
chosen not to swim in that piss filled pool. Right?
But you
There's
didn't
no
swim in it.
requirement that I need to go swimming in that pool. There's lots of other pools. There's entire oceans to go swimming in. So I don't really worry that much that there's people peeing down at the public pool. What does worry me is these more traditional, pillars of society, like traditional journalism, that are shaking. I'm not depending on social media to bring some value to society. I do depend on, traditionally, media to play a very important role and journalism to play a very important role. And now I feel like I no longer have something that was incredibly valuable to society. And that's, that's just kind
And
of where I'm
that's
at with it.
I'm almost
and
waiting
that's
for
and that's
NPR to
the
go sideways, and then I'll cry.
I think, like, hold on,
and
guys. I
that's
think
the
we need to pull back here a bit, right? We're relying on other people to set our values. I mean, come on. I mean, like, I think Facebook and Trump and all these things were good for our thing. Let me finish this off, though, because I think what it did was stirred up, let's say, this shit that we've been living in, right? There has been, like, all this shit that's been going on, but it was never, like, broadcast to the world, right? People have been doing everything that we see on Facebook for millennia, right? Kids have been kids have been abused. People have been abused. There's been genocides around the world. But that's what I'm saying. Like, Facebook is just a mirror for us to
Right.
see who we are.
Right.
And I think we need to rethink, like, the fact that, people are saying, oh, we shouldn't legislate everything. We need to think about where we are, like what we're allowing to happen, and why we're not doing something about it, right? And I think it doesn't matter, like, whether it's media, mainstream media, or politics. It's us that are being, like, judged right now. It's us. We are the ones who dictate who the politicians are. We're the ones who vote for by our wallets, which newspaper succeeds or which news media succeeds, right? And we are the ones who will ultimately determine how Facebook shapes out. And I think if there's a better medium that comes out and allows us to do that, sure, we'll jump ship. Right now, Facebook is my birthday book. That's all I'm using Facebook for, honestly. And once in a while, I go and sell something or buy something. That's it. I use it for what it benefits. I don't use it for the news. I go to independent stuff. I go to multiple. I even go to Russia television, and I
Same.
go to all these media to get my news. Like, I think our value system is what's being judged here. It's not these, like, we shouldn't be, we're focused too much on these inner fightings, but we're missing the whole, like, the big picture here. That's what I think we're missing. And if we don't change it right now, you're going to have a repeat of 2016 next year, and it's going to repeat again and again and again. You're going to divide yourself, at least from the US perspective. And as a Canadian, I'm telling you, we're a little bit left of Bernie Sanders. That's why I like Bernie Sanders, because he was actually voicing what he saw in the people, and Trump did the same thing. Everyone else was still the old school, and that has to change.
Okay. Next article
A
is. Yeah, go
quick
ahead, Ellie.
point on Section 230.
Yes.
I mean, like it's not a complete solution, but one solution would be if when a platform, knows, as Facebook knows, that there were plenty of bots spreading
Mm-hmm.
disinformation, which is different than actual human
Mm-hmm.
users who are expressing their own opinions.
Mm-hmm.
That's one part of it. And then the other part of it, which is harder, but probably should be part of a change, would be like, are you being paid to post an opinion message by somebody else? Right. So those two things, which are not far outside of what would affect the regular press, would really go a long way. Not all the way, but a long way.
And also to that point, though, to Eli's point about web bots and all the Russia and all this hacking stuff, I think it's getting to be a silly stage in the U.S. because if you think about it, U.S. has the most technology dominance in the world, and for a country and its politicians to say, "Oh my God, Russia is attacking us," I would think that you guys would have had counter attacks, right? Why the hell are you guys crying about the fact that all these hackers are coming in and everything else? Solve it. Like honestly, like there's so much there's no movement on the political agenda or anyone's
Well,
thing. There should be
first they hacked the Republican Party, right?
right. They hacked everything, but the point is like the thing is for people to be crying about it and not doing something about it tells me that I don't know, like wouldn't it be like silly? I mean, it sounds so silly though for like a big
Raymond, the one part of the problem with that is, for example, you have social media, and then it's very easy to create fake account, right? Facebook actually has been saying that they have been removing fake account. So if it's not even hacking, they can create fake account and create chaos between society, and society we are all divided and we are in our corners. So it's very easy to get misinformation about anything you say, and get you to fight with your own family and things like. I can tell you a ton of family member who are getting all this fake information and sending it to me. That was part of the reason I abandoned Facebook, really. So there isn't any easy way to solve this type of problem unless you have all this technology, social media as being a good social players and try to fix this solution, these problems, right? It's not that simple that FBI can start attacking back Russia or attacking back whoever is doing the cybersecurity attack. It is really nuanced and it is really complicated. Here in
but remember
Ethiopia, I can tell you why the government is saying that they need to have their own social media, because Ethiopia is a very multi ethnicity country, and when you have fake accounts and misinformations are spreading, actually tribes and ethnicities fight with each other, and
but
it
Messi,
really
that
does. Yeah, go ahead.
But Messi, this has been going on for centuries, though, right? People have been like putting bad news or bad stories out there for ages. Even in medicine, like we have the term, right? Snake oil salesman for people who sell like products that are nothing, no use, or lies. Like I think, like this is a reflection of us. Like we just have to figure out how do we engage people? How do we communicate better? And I think in the pandemic proved that to us, right? The fact that we couldn't even get people on board to save their own lives, that tells you like we are doing a shit poor job of like educating. Like what, any no religion, no country is going to lose, like wants to lose their followers, right? And so I think like we're just doing a shit poor job of communicating with each other. We're interacting with each other. That's why these elections are crap. That's why like all these other stuff is happening, and that's why we're still having racism and still having all this other stuff, and we're allowing like the powers that be to use that against us. Why are we even talking about this shit when we should be talking about the more bigger issues that have been impacting us, that if we will all agree on, and then there, let's start there and then go on. Like right now we're being divided on these stupid stuff when we should be talking about the fact that the economy is in shit, a lot of people are in the same boat, And like that's why Trump came into power. That's why Bernie Sanders was resonating with a lot of people. And you even heard it here before. I won't mention the name unless he wants to admit it again, but
I
he said
voted
that.
for Bernie
There you
twice
go.
and ended up
There you
voting for
go.
Trump twice
Right?
because those two were
Exactly.
the only genuine candidates that ran. And I
Exactly.
was not proud of my president for 4 years, even though I
And
knew I
why?
voted for him.
And why? Because he spoke to what your problems were, right?
Exactly. I actually felt that he resonated with me, even though I didn't agree with him 100%.
Well,
Exactly.
Bernie got fucked first of all by the
Yeah,
party.
when they
Big
fucked
time.
Bernie, I
Agreed.
was done with the Democrats.
Bernie should have won
Both sides.
against Clinton, and that's when people started to realize that the whole system is rigged.
And he
Was
would have demolished Trump.
he would, yeah, and
He would
this
have
is the issue:
demolished
is
Trump and
people,
conservative.
a lot of Americans want somebody who isn't part of that rigged machinery, and then Trump came in and ran on that, and that's what resonated. But
And New York Times was part of that rig.
Even as a fiscal conservative, I knew that the government wouldn't let the country run off the rails. And just as I knew they wouldn't let the country run off the rails with Trump too. The forefathers knew their shit. They designed this three-tiered system to have checks and balances. The only problem is we can't put the right people up there because we
Right.
don't even know what they're thinking anymore.
And they're the ones who actually tripped all of us getting, like all of the world basically getting a better shake at this, right? Because we would have actually avoided a lot of things if the people's vote and the people's voice was actually resonated
okay,
properly. Like Facebook is technically reflecting what the people are saying. That's all it is. And that scares the shit out of New York Times that basically undercut a lot of politicians. They also undercut a lot of like wars. They were part of certain wars. And I actually tweeted an article, Matt Taibbi. And I was actually, remember once a couple of months ago, I was castrated for even bringing up an article about Matt Taibbi. But all of a sudden, like people are now saying, oh, Matt Taibbi is great. But the problem, I've been following him for ages. And I know, like, you know what? This has been going on for ages, guys. It's just that now people are realizing, oh, shit. Look, I mean, yeah, we have been sold a bunch of goods that are crap, and it's just manufactured consent.
okay, so
I mean, if you even look at I'm sorry, if you even look at 2020, right? How it boiled down. Bernie was starting to gain momentum. They like boxed him out of each primary and like made sure that Pete Buttigieg was
Yeah,
highlighted if he won a straw poll. And then so we get to California and it's like, oh shit, what's going to happen? Is Bernie going to take California? And I believe did he? And then all of a
yeah,
sudden you
yeah,
heard
he did.
Biden's the nominee, and then COVID happens, and now we're here. And I'll shut up now, but we are seeking truth here on this platform. Like nobody's got 100% motive. If you had to describe me, I'm a fiscal solib, meaning I'm fiscally conservative, socially liberal. In a nutshell, do what you want with your life. Just please don't give me the bill, and that's where I'm at.
okay, so check
Or at
this
least
out.
split the bill, buddy.
Here's what I want to point out though today on this Saturday edition, which is the first big story is a whole bunch of stories. There's a whole bunch of publications all dogpiling on Facebook for some internal documents of, and note. I think it's worth noting which publications are part of the dogpile. No surprise at all. New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, leading the charge there. Okay, and then and please make note of the fact, we've made this point many times before, but it bears repeating, that Facebook is, that those publications used to make a lot of money from advertisers. And then came along two platforms that took away their money, their milk money, their lunch money. These two big bullies showed up on the playground and just punched them in the mouth and took their money. And those two big bullies are Facebook and Google. And now the advertisers are giving the lunch money to Facebook and Google. And the publications that we
And
named,
Apple actually now.
huh? Well, yeah,
Apple.
Apple's trying to get in that game
Recently,
too. Yeah, yeah,
Apple's
yeah. Of
yeah.
course, of course.
Recently,
Now,
Apple's
what? But here's why I say this: because we just read through for the past 30 minutes, no, hour and a half, Jesus, about how the corporate media is angry at Facebook and they're retaliating collectively in a unique way against the big bully, Facebook. Now, watch what we're going to talk about next. I can't. This does it get any more clear than this? Here it is. New York Times, Politico, New York Post, and Bloomberg, Wall Street Journal, all writing the same headline about how they've now seen documents about Google, how Google sought help from Apple, Facebook, and Microsoft as a sort of collusion. And here's the articles. Here we go. Google sought fellow tech giants' help installing kids' privacy protections, states allege. Now, there's a interesting huge pileup of Politico and the Register and the Wall Street Journal, New York Times, the regular suspects, all dogpiling on Google that Google's is bad, big, evil bully. Those are the top two mega stories today. The corporate media jumping all together to try and sink Facebook, and the jihad gang, the jihad journalistic gang, grouping up again for a big old dog pile on Google, highlighting that they found some internal documents that show that Google is also evil and a bully and whatever. What are the odds that those are the two big stories, and that these are the big groups of corporate media joining hands to attack their two biggest economic political foes who stole their lunch money? And yet, in none of these dozens of articles do they ever once mention, oh, by the way, yes, we are kind of doing this unusual thing where we're all working together and sharing links to each other's stories, and even saying, oh, this the Wall Street Journal has damning evidence against Facebook. What? Okay, why don't I just read that on the Wall Street Journal? Why? That none of them are revealing what they're really up to. What they're really up to is trying to do journalistic terrorism on their direct economic competitors. Why can't they be clean about that? Why can't they even hint about that? Never once in all of these dozens of articles do they ever hint, oh, by the way, these are the same guys who came and took our lunch money. You kind of have an agenda here to sabotage these, to inflict financial pain on these your competitors. So,
Tyler, even if can I just one very quick comment
sure.
that even if Facebook or Google didn't exist, these traditional newspapers would have lost most of their advertising anyway, because they lost their advertising because people started getting digital. Even like we read it all the time, you and I and everybody else here. We read the digital version of the New York Times, of the Washington Post, and there's simply not as many ads because that people don't want ads there, and so it's just a different mechanism. It's the existence of the internet that really killed the newspaper business. I'll actually tell you that when I was an analyst, I was at an analyst meeting in the early days of the internet with the people from the New York Times. These are the Los Angeles Times, excuse me, the Los Angeles Times. And I actually told them right in the meeting in front of them. I said at the time, because at that time they didn't have a paywall, and I said, and I said I canceled my subscription to your physical paper because I can get it for free. So, I
Yeah.
could read this stuff for free. So, I mean, that's that has more to do with it than I think whether it's Facebook or Google or some other site. It's just the internet really killed them. It killed the classified ads. They tried to come up with a website to substitute for that. I mean, but it really, the classified ads and a bunch of other things were killed by the internet, even in the very early days of the internet. So I just
So
wanted to thank
right.
you.
So here's the Wall Street Journal headline right now. Google charges more than twice its rivals in ad deals. Unredacted suit says. Okay, yeah, and guess
Are
what?
they
Which
allowed to?
rivals?
Guess what? The Four Seasons hotel charges 5 times more than the
Yeah, exactly.
Motel 6.
Better
Exactly.
service.
You can't. You're comparing apples and oranges here, right? So, but that's the headline. So watch this story. Watch how peculiar this story is. According to the suit by State Attorney General, one senior Google employee said the analogy would be if Goldman or Citibank owned the New York Stock Exchange. Here goes the story by somebody named Keach Hagee and Trip Mickle. Google takes, I'm just reading this straight from the top. Google takes a cut of 22% to 42% of U.S. ad spending that goes through its systems, according to a new unredacted lawsuit by state attorneys generals, shedding new light. Is that new light? Shedding new light on how the search giant profits from its commanding position in the internet economy. Ladies and gentlemen, this just in, breaking news, fucking Google's making money, everybody, and they're making it on these ads, and they're taking a percentage of these ads, shedding new light on how Google makes profits from its commanding
And you
position.
help them.
And people are literally putting their credit cards to buy ads on Google. And they're
You're
taking
shitting me, Tyler.
actual payments from the credit cards from those users. We spoke to
How
somebody
dare they?
who ran an ad, and this just in, Google takes a cut of 22% to 42% of U.S. ad spending that goes through its systems, according to a newly unredacted lawsuit by state attorney generals, shedding new light on how the search giant profits from its commanding position in the internet economy. We got you, Google. We're on to you. You're making money off of us. You're
Thank
selling.
God I got free email.
You're selling the ads. All those
They
ads.
might even have a stock,
Every
Tyler.
time
They might even be a stock.
we did some research, and it turns out that 99.99999% of the time when you do a Google search, you're seeing ads. And when those people are paying money for those ads, and Google's taking that money and they're putting it in their bank account.
What Google was supposed to do was to just go ahead and funnel this money elsewhere and just,
They're not
discontinue their
donating it to
business.
our favorite charities.
How dare they?
The share,
How dare they?
the
Naughty
share,
step.
the
The
alphabet,
nerve.
the Google here. I'm just, that's the first paragraph. Second paragraph. Are you ready? It gets better. Google takes each advertising transaction on its exchange, a marketplace for ad buyers and sellers, is typically 2 to 4 times as much as the fees charged by rival digital advertising exchanges, according to the suit, which is being led in Texas. The unredacted filing on Friday in the U.S. District Court of the Southern District of New York came after a federal judge ruled last week that much of the antitrust suit could be unsealed. Here we go. The analogy would be if Goldman or Citibank owned the New York Stock Exchange, said one senior Google employee quoted in this suit, referring to the New York Stock Exchange. Google has called the lawsuit flawed. This lawsuit is riddled with inaccuracies, and our ad tech fees are actually lower than reported industry averages, says Peter Schoenfeld, a Google spokesperson. The suit alleges the company has deployed strategies to lock in publishers and advertisers and help the company's ad buying tools win more than 80% of the auctions on its exchange, a newly revealed figure. It gives a window into Google's overwhelming dominance of advertising, citing Google documents that say the company served 75% of all online ad impressions in the U.S. during the third quarter of 2018. The suit cites programs with code names such as Bell, Elmo, and Poirot that help Google generate more than $1 billion in sales. They're
Yeah,
making
but
money.
Tyler, to be fair, Tyler, the in the search business, can we all agree that there might actually be a case for Google in terms of antitrust? I mean,
Yeah,
there's got to be a
they
case.
are
Yeah,
by
any.
far. Well, it's Facebook and Google have taken over advertising.
But that's competition too, right? I mean, just like, most companies, if you think about
And
it, they always want to improve and basically like secure the market for themselves, right?
Well,
That's
Yeah,
because
normal
but
we're
what
all
corporate
they're
behavior.
advertising
doing,
on
yeah,
we're all
but the
advertising on
challenge is
MSN.
that they are pricing, and this is the truth. If you actually look into it, they are pricing their competitors out by making these sweet deals with publishers, right, and with the advertising agencies. And so I do want to be thoughtful about the fact that they are doing things that in most when Microsoft got, they used to have the land expand
and command concept. It's the same thing. It's like they're literally forcing people to follow Google. I mean, think about it. How many of us have heard about SEO? Search engine optimization is literally a way to that Google convinced us that, hey, write your content based on what ranks higher on Google.
You
And
guys,
all these
you
publishers have
guys,
spent a ton of
you guys.
money
I'm
and effort
I'm
into it.
starting to think that just like Facebook had the whistleblower, I'm starting to think Google's putting profits and money above the public good. You
I
How
guys,
dare they?
I would
How
never
dare
I know.
they?
you
expect that from
guys,
a stock that's like what, $3,000 a share.
you guys. This company's now worth like $2 trillion. I'm pretty sure that some of that $2 trillion came from these ads.
Yeah.
Maybe someone could look into this.
And
Yeah,
no one will take that
And
free
here's the
Gmail away from my cold dead hands, all right?
But these things don't
$2,700
remain
stock.
static.
uh,
I mean, if you look at
20
I can.
Amazon, one
I'm
of the
just.
fastest.
But here's the issue: is the
Am-
Senate hearing is. Could you please explain to me one more time, sir? You're not charging me for my Gmail. How exactly are you making money, sir? Exactly. Just one more time here for the slow senators like myself here. Could you?
I'd love it if somebody
Are you
could just
charging people to Google? Are you charging me when I search for the dog food, best dog food? Are you charging me? How then? Can you please explain to me how you're making money, sir? What kind of black magicry? What kind of dark arts are you all employing over there at Google? Uh, how did you make that $2 trillion exactly, sir? That's the problem.
I wish I wish
Co-
someone
co-
would take the stock chart of the newspapers and put it against Google, Facebook, and any of these tech companies that actually evolved. I mean, Google's at what, $2,700 right now? It was
Yeah,
like
I
a
mean,
it's like $100 stock in 2007.
again, I do want to clarify the problem here is not that they're talking about these antitrust suits, right? I mean, I don't think any of us think that that's not news. That's huge news, right? Like, and Klobuchar coming after Google and Facebook and trying to break up Alphabet, probably, right? They have figured out a good way around it. That there could be a case made that there is antitrust activity occurring. I don't think that's not news. I think the problem here is it's the way that they're saying the problem is not that Google runs the market. The problem is that Google is making it has anti-competitive nature to it. So I do want to be thoughtful that like we're not making it sound right. I mean, I don't think any of us believe that Google is not at least at risk for antitrust. I mean, of course they are.
No, due to their better um, mousetrap. I mean, they've succeeded. They won the market. I mean, it's like Microsoft Windows.
Exactly.
It won.
But
You
now
won.
look where
with
Apple's
Google
with
got.
won.
success comes scrutiny and then
Yeah.
destabilization. So I'm not really concerned about it because we have a great way of dismantling businesses like that. And Google has
Yeah.
competitors out there that are
Yeah.
sort of running the race.
Apple.
And
Apple.
yeah, absolutely, Apple, Adobe, all of them are in the field, and you have some new starters in Asia that are coming into the field as well. So their reign isn't going to last that long.
And
But
Amazon's
I
the
just
fastest
I
growing
think
company in digital advertising. So,
Mhm.
Amazon
yeah,
is now in the game. Microsoft's getting back in with not Bing,
with
but other
Bing.
advertising products. So,
And
well, not
TikTok.
with
Think about
Bing, but
TikTok.
Hey, Bing is
definitely
doing
with
some great
LinkedIn.
things.
So, yeah, it's a pretty dynamic
you-
space.
by the way, the problem with antitrust, by the way, when you get down to what the current law is, it depends on how you define the market. And so Google and Facebook have over 50% of the digital ad market. But if you look at total advertising, which is typically the way that they would look at, in an antitrust, what's the advertising market? They're not 50% because there's television advertising, there's still traditional radio advertising, there's advertising on what's the other outdoor billboards. Outdoor billboards is like an $8 billion business. In advertising. So I mean, there's other forms of advertising. So they probably won't get to the math to say that that they're oligopolists, if you will, in advertising yet, because of the other forms of advertising.
Okay, I just want to highlight again that the two biggest stories are a huge, not so common, big. kumbaya gathering of the corporate media against its two biggest economic rivals, Facebook and Google.
And apparently CNN's joined that kind of. I sent you something on that CNN has joined up with the other ones. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Notice NPR is reporting fair news, and because they're not based on advertising.
that's such a great point, Chris. That's comment of the day so far. Well done. So you're right. Let me pull that one up. I saw that myself, and I didn't think of that brilliant point. But you're right. The NPR article says, because everyone else is talking about how about this, the new documents show that there were internal people at Facebook who were, whatever. The NPR article says how the Stop the Steal movement outwitted Facebook ahead of the January 6th insurrection. It's the same point that the Stop the Steal movement was popular on Facebook. All the other mainstream media who's based on advertising that compete with Facebook are screaming bloody murder that Facebook didn't remove this content because it's content that they find sacrilegious and apocryphal and NPR is not based on ads. NPR is based on user contributions. They don't run ads. They get They get people sending them money, right? And
Can
NPR,
I just say that NPR is the only like trusted news source that I actually believe in now,
and
Same.
it's
but NPR is in no way
well,
competing
yeah.
with Facebook. So this same point about the Stop the Steal movement and the January 6th insurrection and Facebook's role in it, they're not blaming Facebook. They're not saying, Facebook didn't do enough to take it down. No, they're taking the position. The headline says how the Stop the Steal movement outwitted Facebook ahead of the January 6th insurrection. It says hours after polls closed on November 3, angry Donald Trump supporters on Facebook coalesced around a rallying cry now synonymous with the siege of the U.S. Capitol, Stop the Steal. Inside Facebook, employees were watching with concern, which is, you would never hear that comment from the mainstream corporate media, that inside Facebook employees were watching with concern. They would just be like, no, Facebook's full of these infidels
Demons.
who, yes, literal demons who are orchestrating, and coordinating with the Stop the Steal people to take over the Capitol. Not NPR, because they're not trying to sabotage them and they're not on an actual economic jihad against them. So they call it like they see it. And they said, no doubt, the employees were watching with concern. The presidential election may have passed without major incident, but in its wake, quote unquote, angry vitriol and a slew of conspiracy theories were fomenting. Facebook staff wrote in an internal report on Stop the Steal movement earlier this year. Supporters perpetuated the lie that the election had been stolen from President Donald Trump, a lie that Donald Trump himself had been stoking for months. By the time Facebook banned the Stop the Steal group on November 5 for falsely casting doubt on the legitimacy of the election and calling for violence, the group had already mushroomed to more than 360,000 members every hour. Tens of thousands of people were joining. Facebook removed the group from its platform, but that only sent Stop the Steal loyalists to other groups on Facebook filled with misinformation and claims the election was stolen. It was a classic game of whack-a-mole that Facebook tried but failed to stay on top of. Are you noticing a slightly different take on the role of Facebook to moderate this content here?
So somebody in the audience, David, says that NPR is underwritten by Facebook. They say it on air, so that does add something to this discussion.
No, but it has
Uh,
multiple. No, it has multiple donors, right? Private foundations, grants,
Correct.
people.
Right.
So again,
Yes.
they're very open about everything, and they have no say in what their programming
They
should
have
be,
no
right?
dog in the
Yeah.
fight.
Thank you
They're
for
just
bringing
taking
that in, though.
donations.
And for reference, Archer's Daniel Midland also was an
Yeah.
NPR sponsor, and NPR did a great job covering all of the malfeasance at Archer's Daniel Midland.
So you know how there's always kind of these breakout sections in every article. The first breakout section says Facebook rolled out break the glass measures for the election. As Facebook prepared for the 2020 election, it consulted its emergency playbook. Internally, staffers called these break the glass measures, a list of temporary interventions to keep its platform safe. They included efforts to slow down the growth of political groups that could be vectors for misinformation and extremism. And they're just going on and on and on and on and on about how Facebook tried their damnedest to stop the steal folks, but the stop the steal folks were on their own kind of jihad apparently. So contrast that with any of the other corporate media who compete economically directly and lose to Facebook in that direct competition for those ad dollars. For example, where's the one about? Here we go. From Bloomberg. Internal docs show Facebook staff faulted the company for failing to thwart the proliferation of Stop the Steal. And let's read that take on it. And here's what CNN. Not stopping Stop the Steal, Facebook papers paint damning picture of company's role in the insurrection. Oh, little different take there, CNN, than your friends over at NPR. Little different take. I wonder why such the interesting different take from CNN and NPR. One of them competes directly for ad dollars, the other does not at all. I wonder if that has something to do with this. CNN. Just days after insurrection stormed the Capitol, Facebook's chief operation officer Sheryl Sandberg downplayed her company's role in what had happened. We know. Hold on. Whoa. We know this was organized online. We know that, she said in an interview with Reuters. We took down QAnon Proud Boys Stop to Steal anything that was talking about possible violence last week. Our enforcement's never perfect, so I'm sure there was still things on Facebook. I think these things were largely organized on platforms that don't have our abilities to stop hate and don't have our standards and don't have our transparency. But internal Facebook documents reviewed by CNN suggest otherwise. The documents, including an internal postmortem and one document showing in real-time countermeasures Facebook employees were belatedly implementing, paint a picture of a company that was in fact fundamentally unprepared for how the Stop the Steal movement used its platform to organize, and that only truly swung into action after the movement, which played a pivotal role in the insurrection, had turned violent, implying that Facebook is directly responsible or indirectly responsible for January 6th. They're trying to drum up, and there might be reason to. I have a better argument for why Facebook is actually somewhat responsible for January 6th than even CNN does. But it's based on a totally different point. So, why are yeah?
But Tyler, I think again, I need to pull back here. What was the real reason for the insurrection? Right? Like, we're not talking about that. It's not Facebook that was the cause of the insurrection. It was the fear that people had that the government,
Right.
government,
but
was being taken over, and there was just information being passed through a platform.
Right.
That's all
Well,
it
but
was.
this was, I mean, come on, step back. This was information that the Trump administration, the Trump campaign was
right.
Stoking for
Right.
months.
Right. So why is the corporate media trying to hold Facebook's feet to the fire in this scenario
When
and
they
not?
didn't do anything.
Well, my point is, they would really like Facebook to get a lot of the blame here so that they can lose their Section 230, because that's ultimately what the mainstream media wants to see happen. That's their agenda. Their agenda is they need their economic opponent to get heavily regulated, slapped, beat the shit out of on Capitol Hill, to hobble them, cripple them, scare away their employees, do whatever they can. They're trying to do economic terrorism on their main economic opponent.
A quick related point, right after Trump won the election, Steve Bannon was talking about regulating Google and Facebook as utilities.
I remember that.
That's the point. Is, as I was trying to make it earlier, is Facebook actually is taking actions, and they've pissed off both sides simultaneously. One side says you're guilty. You're not removing this sacrilegious content, blasphemous content. You're full of blasphemy. You've got blasphemers on your platform. Blasphemy, blasphemy. Go to hell. Satan be gone. Let the hallelujah, Jesus. Can we get a amen? Hallelujah. We need our friends over Facebook. Hallelujah. To have that they've been cursed by the devil. The devil's deep in them. Hallelujah. Right? And then they actually do ban the president of the United States, and then the whole extreme
He's being
right is
crucified.
thinking, "Oh, what the WTF, bro? You can't do that, dude. You just shot the president, bro. You just took away my freedoms. My great grandpappy fought on the Battle of Bunker Hill, so I got freedom of speech, brother. First Amendment, son. Don't tread on me, boy." And so now you've got the rabid mouth breathers on both sides going berserk. And on one, just because they're trying to make everybody happy, but you cannot satisfy or even appease the extremists on either side. And they take actions, and they've got the far right thinking that they're silencing everything on the far right, and then they've got the left thinking they're not removing anything from the right.
It's literally pouring gasoline on a dumpster fire.
Both sides are up in arms about how Facebook's rolling this. How do you do that? How do you manage to piss off both sides simultaneously? You can. They did.
By trying to do the right thing for everyone.
It's what a crazy spot they find themselves in.
Conundrum.
Yeah. Anyway, good times. So now we get to get into other headlines. So what do we got here? Those are the two big dramas of the day. The next one is that Apple updates the App Store guidelines, including to let developers contact users about other payment methods as part of an earlier agreement with U.S. developers. Apple today introduced a new set of App Store guidelines, which include 3 key changes. One of the changes is the result of that big lawsuit with Epic Games, where they now have to allow app developers the ability to contact their users to let them know they don't have to pay Apple through the App Store. Oh no, that 30%? We would rather you pay us directly. Thank you very much. Please stop paying Apple because they're taking 30% of our money. You can pay us directly. That would be very nice. We appreciate it.
So here, Tyler, do you think many companies will actually drop their pricing by 30%?
No, because those users are already paying that amount. The only one that might is Spotify, because to prove a point. Because in their lawsuit, they said what's totally unfair is that Apple's competing with us with Apple Music, and they're able to charge less than we do because we got to pay that 30%. So Daniel Ek, by the way, and Spotify being incredibly morally, of all of the big tech companies that get called out for all kinds of egregious shit, nobody's calling out Spotify for any egregious shit.
I
Spotify
love it.
is
And they're curing the record industry's woes, right? And how evil the record industry is to artists. So, yeah.
So my point is because Spotify's position in those lawsuits was, hey, we're not able to charge what Apple charges because we have to pay this 30% tax. Well, that implies that if you didn't have to pay that 30%, you would lower the cost. I would suspect, knowing a lot of the earliest, founding team members from Spotify, who, by the way, are speaking at my event in their hometown of Stockholm on November 8th, live in person, which we will do in a Tech News Around the World room, so you can be in the audience and ask questions. It will be a hybrid virtual event. So I suspect they will likely lower the price in some kind of way to reflect that, or give people the choice. You can pay through the Apple route and you'll have the same payment thing, or if you want to start paying through this other option, then there'll be this other rate. Just because they have historically been very good actors, we'll put it that way. So we'll see what happens. I'm guessing, honestly.
And they have several tier payment styles too, so I think they're affordable all across the board. I would hate for them to even lower it. Doesn't make sense.
Okay, so the next one is Software Freedom Conservancy says that the Truth Social violates Mastodon's open source code licensing terms by not sharing its source code, gives it 30 days to comply. That's kind of interesting. So what this means is Mastodon is a platform which uses which open source license. It should be in the article if this journalist knows what they're talking about. Which license? It's a general AGPL license, AGPL version 3, a Faro General Public License that governs the code, and its conditions include offering their own source code to all users. So, Mastodon makes it easy for you to build your own Twitter, basically. But as part of their terms of services, if you use their platform, you also must make your source code publicly available for others. This is a common thing in the open source movement. You can use what we've built and you can build on top of it, but whatever you build, you must also make that possible for people to build on top of. You could use the architectural version of this. Here's a bunch of free blueprints to build a house. You can build on top of the structure that we've designed as architects, but whatever you build on top of it, you must also make those new blueprints available. You see what I'm saying? It's this pay it forward goodwill cornucopia of goodwill.
So, and that's specifically copyleft. There are other open source licenses that don't pose
there's tons.
There's restrictions.
Right. So what the point here is that they're pointing out is the Software Freedom Conservancy, who's behind this, says that President Donald Trump's new social network is violating the free and open source software licensing agreement by ripping off decentralized social network Mastodon, that Trump has 30 days to comply with the terms of the license before its access is terminated, forcing it to rebuild the platform or face legal action. So Trump launched a special purpose acquisition company fundraising effort yesterday with the promises to build a sweeping media empire. Its only product so far is a social network called Truth Social that appears strongly to be forked from Mastodon. While anyone can freely reuse Mastodon's code, and groups like right-wing social network Gab have already done so, they say they still have to comply with the general purpose license that governs that code, and its conditions include offering their own source code to all users. Truth Social doesn't comply with that license and, in fact, refers to its service as proprietary. Its developers apparently attempted to scrub references that would make the Mastodon connection clear, and at one point listing a quote-unquote citing of the Mastodon logo as a bug, but included direct references to Mastodon in the site's underlying HTML alongside obvious visual similarities. Trump's strategy hasn't sat well with the SFC, which is the Software Freedom Conservancy, an organization that enforces free and open source software licenses. The license purposefully treats everyone equally, even people we don't like or agree with, but they must operate under the same rules of the copyleft licenses that apply to everyone else, SFC policy fellow Bradley Kuhn wrote in a blog post today. We saw the Trump media and technology group ignoring these important rules, which were designed for social good. Truth Social hasn't officially launched, but users could access the test version of the platform, where many of them created prank accounts that flooded the service with false company announcements and even fake Donald Trump posts. If Truth Social fails to make the source code available, the SFC could sue for violating the terms of the license it used. Earlier this year, the group sued electronics maker Vizio for repeated failures to fulfill even the basic requirements of free software licensing. We will be following this issue very closely and demanding that Trump's group give the corresponding source to all who use the site. Mastodon founder Eugene Rochko also said yesterday that he intended to seek legal counsel about the situation, although he didn't discuss a specific course of action. Compliance with our AGPL version 3 license is very important to me, as that is the sole basis upon which I and other developers are willing to give away years of work for free, he told in an interview.
This says that the developers were either amateurs or conning the Trump organization, or maybe they're in Russia.
Yes. Yep. And by the way, yeah, that's going to be hard, because if the entire organization was based in Russia or somewhere where there's no extradition treaties, then you could get away with that. Like a Russian company could steal the code and use it in Russia as a business, and there would be no recourse. You can't really sue them because there's no extradition from Russia to the U.S. So you're shit out of luck. But obviously, that's not going to work in this case, because Trump isn't going to try and build his entire empire in Moscow.
Tyler, I have a
That's
question.
just where he's
Is
going to
this
get asylum.
no, Tyler? I have an important question because this is actually issue has come up. I just want to understand it. Is this Mastodon just the software that's going to run the site, or is this kind of like the place in the cloud where his site is actually domiciled,
It's
like
the
an
code.
So
AWS?
The
it's
code.
a code,
It's
yeah.
just
So
code.
Yeah.
yeah, so the
Okay.
whole idea here
He
is
could run it anywhere.
Mastodon. Exactly. Mastodon is essentially, when you're building a social network, there are a lot of different tech stack that you need to be able to get that up. Everything from engagement to newsfeed to data and social network analysis and all of the end to end. What Mastodon has done, which is incredible, is that they built the entire software tech stack for social networks. And you can literally take that open source code and put it on any server. You can put it on even Web3, which is really interesting. They essentially have made the front end for a social network and connected
It's
all
Twitter.
and put an API in there. It's literally exactly,
It's Twitter.
It's more
It looks
functional
exactly,
than Twitter.
it couldn't look more like Twitter.
exactly.
Okay, so the reason I bring that up, and just because I didn't know what that was, is because one of the conversations that I know people in my world were talking about last week is what happens if Trump's thing gets deplatformed, like Parler. Because remember, AWS, said they dropped Parler because of the content. Parler was this far right whatever website,
Yeah.
social media thing.
Clone.
Okay,
Yeah.
um, and then where Parler went to a Russian company. They're now back online or something, but they're on some Russian version of an AWS. So people were thinking about, well, what happens if Trump gets I don't know where he's running it on the cloud, but like if he gets deplatformed, from an AWS or GoDaddy or whatever, where does he go? Does he go to the Russians to
So Ken,
host
good
it?
thing that you asked that. And that's why I was mentioning Web3 is so interesting because Web3 is not hosted and centralized. Web3 is hosted on everybody that's within the community. And so the idea here is that he actually technically cannot get deplatformed because Mastodon enables you to be able to build it on any backend. The problem that's happened is that Parler was built on your general Web 2.0 type backend, and they were relying on AWS or Google Cloud or Azure to actually run their instances on. This is really exciting in some senses because you can't just deplatform something you don't agree with anymore. And again, just to be clear, I don't agree with him. I just think that I don't want Amazon and other people being kingmakers. I don't think anybody should have that ability.
Okay, next up, Facebook files a lawsuit against a Ukrainian for allegedly scraping its website and selling the personal data of 178 million users on a cybercrime forum. And then I love this next one from CNBC, that the number of European VC deals, which means like startup investments, the number of European startup investments with U.S. investor participation. So this is not all European deals. In fact, this is only maybe 30% of European startup deals have a U.S. investor involved. Maybe less, maybe 20 to 25%. So hold that in mind. This is not all the deals. This is a subsection of the total. One piece of the pie. The number of European startup investments with U.S. investor participation rose from, in 2011, it was 359 deals for a total of 2.7 billion euros or dollars. They're pretty close to the one and the same. So about $2.7 billion in 2011. 359 deals, $2.7 billion in 2011. That's actually just before I arrived in Stockholm. Now, in 2021, a decade later, it went from 2.7 billion to 50.8 billion so far in 2021, and we still have the best 2 months to go. Normally, November and December bring in the most deals. So we could expect this thing to get well north of 60, maybe even 70. So that's an increase from, call it 3 billion to 60 billion, to be conservative, to be generous. So we're talking a 20x increase over the past 10 years. And it went from 359 deals to 1,434 deals. So it's been a tremendous decade for Europe.
20x Tyler.
Yeah.
Mr. 20x Tyler here.
It's been a really, I'm going to highlight that article in my November 8th event in Stockholm, where we track these deals every month, or we used to until COVID hit. And it's been hard to, we haven't really even tried to during COVID, but we do know that the number of deals and the amount of investment in tech has just been absolutely booming in 2021 everywhere, Europe as well, India more than anywhere. But it's been fantastic for Europe as well, because Europe prior to COVID was just starting to get the respect of the US VCs. And now with headlines like these, you just can't ignore it. It's like, Europe is no longer second fiddle to the US. With the only notable exception is the very glaring omission of the top tier apex predators like your Facebooks, Amazons, Googles, what have you. But in other than those super top big tech companies, I mean, Europe is really carrying its own weight in recent years. So the next one, also from CNBC, says a 2019 email confirms that Google asked Roku for preferential treatment for YouTube in Roku search results, despite Google's claims to the contrary. So the CNBC's got some receipts that Google's asking for preferential treatment of the YouTube app inside of Roku's TV system. But Google despite Google's claims to the contrary. Okay. And then there's the Wall Street Journal has an interview with Google CEO Sundar Pichai on the future of work after lockdowns, unionization by Google employees, changing perceptions of privacy, and more. Variety has an article about mobile game maker Scopely planning to buy GSN Games. Is that who I think it is? GSN Games? Is that...
It's the game show. I think it's just Game Show Network, isn't it?
Okay, it's not who I thought it was. Yeah, you could be right.
I thought so.
Mark Feldman.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Yes. No relation to Ken Feldman. Yep. The next one is U.S. court rules that Texas Attorney General can... This is crazy. Somebody DM'd me this as well, and thank you to whoever sent it. It was Donish, wasn't it? This is crazy. A U.S. court rules that the Texas Attorney General can seek internal documents during discovery from Twitter, Google, and Facebook regarding how they moderate content. That's crazy. That's wild, y'all. That means the Texas Attorney General is now going to, tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., 9 a.m., tomorrow morning, he's going to call up Twitter, the legal teams at Twitter, Google, and Facebook and say, hi, how are you today? Good. You have a great weekend? You did. Great. So listen, a U.S. court has just ruled you have to send me all the documents about how you moderate content. Your secret sauce, that stuff you would never let anybody ever know. Your secret recipe, your Coca-Cola secret recipe, your algorithms, hand them over. You can, you know what? I understand. Are you busy today? No problem. Just send it over by lunchtime. You can just go, here's my email address. You just go ahead and send that shit over. It'll be nice and safe. You just go ahead and just email that right on over. I'll just be sitting here. I'm going to go get a coffee. You want something? You want maybe a donut or something? Tell you what, you just take your time. I'll just go ahead and, here's my, just send me an SMS when you got that ready to send over. I'm going to
Is
go.
this Ken Paxton?
The,
Yeah.
the Texas Attorney
Running
General?
for re-election, right?
Yeah.
Next year.
This is
Yeah, but
wild.
more importantly, like the thing that's crazy about this is it's being so to give some context for people that are not in the U.S. Twitter and essentially everybody banned certain people, including Donald Trump, from their platforms, right? And so they used the insurrection, obviously, to accelerate that. But what is really crazy is that this is not just happening at the top. This is happening to quote unquote conservatives everywhere, Trumpers everywhere. And now, because Texas is able to do this, it's essentially because these social media companies have users in Texas. What an elegant solution. What an elegant, again, I have to say, I don't know who the Republicans are using for their legal counsel, but they have been doing some really elegant solutions to these problems. And they're saying, oh, you have some users in Texas? Well, we need to know how you're deciding this because, of course, you wouldn't want to moderate, with intention, would you? I'm assuming you're being equal with everybody. And some Texas judge says yes. Some Texas judge says yes. And now they actually have to give their moderation algorithms out. And by the way, those algorithms, as anybody who's ever built anything knows, are tied to their core algorithms. And I just wonder if that information will get leaked out to Truth Social.
That's
Who
why
knows?
that's
True
why I
information.
hint. That's specifically why I said in jokingly. Oh, don't worry. Of course, these will be totally safe. No one will ever get these hands on these. I can assure you. Uh, you know, I assure you, nothing will. These will not leak to anybody. Outside of my office. My staff. Maybe just a few friends. Maybe just. We'll see how far it spreads once it arrives here in my email inbox. But anyway, it'd be a real shame if Russian hackers got a hold of my inbox. But anyway, go ahead and send them over to we just pwned your ass at you'remybitchnow.com. Okay, and you can just go ahead and send that right over. Again, it's we own your dumbass at you'remybitchnow.com. Go ahead and send over your algorithms.
A
It
shit show.
is 3 hours
But
enough. Go. I'll tell you
let's
what.
be
Go
honest.
ahead. Go ahead and take 4 hours if you need. We're in no hurry here. So I'm going to take a
There's no
long lunch.
injunctive
I'm
relief.
I'm going to
You
go
don't think
down to
they're
El
going to
Pollo
allow you?
Loco with my friends. We're going to have a nice laugh, and we wait for your email. We'll chat with you later. Maybe this afternoon. Cool. Talk to you later. Okay. Bye bye.
So we need to also understand who Ken Paxton is, right? His own party. He was nominated by I think George Bush, and he was supported by Trump. Now he has a lot of conflicts, including financial securities conflicts, and he's being like right now. He's facing renomination, and he's facing a challenge by his own party. There's going to be people going to be challenging his bid for a third term. So apparently he has
Heyman, as you
security.
point out, though, he's elected. He's elected. He wasn't appointed by any governor. He's
Right,
elected.
right,
Yeah.
exactly. But the point is, it's just that he's also maybe controlling the narrative. I don't know whether he's trying to control the narrative before his election. He's got a lot of conflicts. If you look up the article,
Yo, he gonna win now.
oh yeah, exactly. If he can
He's
control
gonna
the
win
algorithms,
now.
They all are. Don't ever assume that anyone's acting out of pure
right?
intention when they're at that level.
I will say
That's
the
sad.
timing
Ooh,
of
Where did
this.
isn't
Jorge
this
The
a
go?
who's
timing
your
of this.
daddy moment? Republicans have a great response here. This is interesting.
Yeah, it's just the timing of this, right? But like, think about Truth Social just coming out, plus this coming out around the same time. I don't think it's a coincidence, but
Not
maybe I'm
at
being
all.
my
You.
tinfoil hat is on.
I had the email wrong, by the way. It turns out the email is checkmate bitch at don'tmesswithtexas.com. So just
But
um, sorry. Did you go ahead and please resend it? Sorry, that was the wrong email. Um, Did it bounce? Did the email bounce? I'm sorry about that. I gave you the wrong email address. So the next one's from Politico.
I can't stand you.
Don't mess with Texas at truth.social.
The next one's from Politico. They say they've got sources that during the final days of the Trump presidency, OCC quietly determined that banks can legally trade cryptocurrencies on behalf of clients. Hang on here. Trump regulator gave quiet legal blessings to crypto trading by banks. A formal move to greenlight crypto trading by banks would probably be met with resistance by advocates of tough financial rules. Michael Hsu, the current acting head of the National Bank Regulator, has been reviewing the OCC's stance on crypto since he took office in May. He said publicly, a top regulator quietly determined during the final days of the Trump presidency that banks are legally allowed to trade cryptocurrencies on behalf of clients in what could be a major breakthrough for the digital assets. According to people familiar with the matter, the decision by the staff of the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, which has never been made public, could open the door to a whole range of lucrative activities by banks in the red-hot virtual currency market by allowing them to briefly hold crypto assets on their own books to facilitate trades. It also serves as a window into the type of internal documents at financial regulatory agencies that shape policy behind the scenes. Here's a quote: "Crypto assets have grown exponentially over the last several years," financial industry groups recently told global central banks in a letter arguing for lower capital requirements to hold crypto. Banks' limited access to them is neither desirable nor sustainable, they said. A formal move to greenlight crypto trading by banks would probably be met with resistance by advocates of tough financial rules. The value of crypto assets can shift dramatically. Bitcoin is up about 400% from last year, making it potentially risky for both banks and depositors to trade in them. Huh. I will tweet that one out for the crypto folks who want to dive on that. Where did it go? Politico. Here it goes. Copy link and tweeting it to the Tech News Twitter account. There it goes. Okay, next up. What do we got next? And then we got to get into all the juicy tweets. Walmart is testing letting shoppers buy Bitcoin at 200 kiosks in its U.S. stores. And yes, that's your big, boring headlines. Let me do a refresh on the browser to see if there's any new ones coming in. Nope. That's your big headlines. Oh, in Colorado near or the use of license plates. Oh, there is a new one from Washington Post. A look at the bitter privacy debate in Colorado neighborhood over the use of license plate scanners, whose customer base has risen 4x since 2019. A battle among homeowners in Colorado shows how a new generation of surveillance technology is reshaping American neighborhoods. A license plate reader that scans passing vehicles greets motorists entering the Paradise Hills neighborhood in Golden, Colorado, outside Denver. Such devices are being installed by homeowner groups throughout the United States, leading to angry conflict in otherwise peaceful neighborhoods. The Paradise Hills neighborhood sits in the quiet foothills of Golden, Colorado, and its homeowner association traditionally has concerned itself with enforcing rules around garage door paint colors and nudging residents to critter-proof their trash. So it came as a surprise to Skip Erickson when the HOA, which is the Homeowner Association Board, this spring declared that its neighborhood was now besieged by crime, with bullets flying, street racing, and burglaries terrorizing the families. To address the threat, the board said it wanted to buy one of the country's hottest new security tools, license plate readers built to scan the tag on every passing vehicle for later inspection by homeowners and police. To Erickson, who's 71, the idea of recording everyone's movement in hopes of combating some imaginary menace seemed invasive, ineffective, and absurd. Here's the quote: "Usually the car break-ins here are from bears, as opposed to people," he said, "and yet supposedly there's this paranoia that we had to protect the neighborhood at all costs." License plate readers are rapidly reshaping private security in the American neighborhoods, bringing police surveillance tools to the masses with an automated watchdog that records 24 hours a day. This is not just a million-dollar homes. The CEO of the company says it's called Flock. He said this is America at its core. It does frankly create new public safety problems when you put powerful surveillance tools in the hands of untrained people who are fixated on local crime, says Adam Schwartz, senior lawyer of the EFF. In Paradise Hills, a neighborhood of 185 homes, a bitter debate over the system's risks sparked fury in the community's meetings and on its sidewalks, including a shouting match between a former board member and a camera-skeptical couple who had been walking their dog past his yard. Both groups saw the debate as a microcosm of polarized America where everyone was angry and afraid all the time and where no issue could be resolved without a fight. The neighborhood camera's opponents argues that the systems were a pointless Orwellian annoyance. They didn't want greeting them every time they drove home. To them, the cameras felt like another step toward mass suburban paranoia, where every once forgettable slight is now recorded by Ring doorbell cameras shared on Facebook and discussed endlessly on Nextdoor. But the camera supporters said they felt mystified by all the resistance. Going soft on crime could put their families at risk, they argued, and no one on the public roads should expect privacy anyways. Ooh, that's a great point. If their opponents weren't criminals, what did they have to hide? Who wouldn't want to feel safer?
It's always the argument, what if somebody sees me driving my car where I'm not supposed to be? What if my boss sees that I'm not at work? What if my wife finds me with another woman? Like, it's always the most absurd things that get in the way of security. And this is just my opinion.
The Europeans have a different view on this because they understand what can happen when there's a change of government and this infrastructure exists.
You mean the Germans?
Them and the people who had unwanted.
Yes, and who were lists. Yeah. Yeah, Germans most of all, Berliners most of all. So it's yeah, I mean they're still using cash for this reason. It's yeah. Anyway, interesting article. So now we get into the tweets. Like this one from Evan. From the New York Post. The headline says, "Inside the only lab infecting humans with COVID for pay. A London hotel repurposed into a lab is preparing to be the first in the world to infect humans with COVID." You want to make a little extra volunteers. Here we go. A London hotel repurposed into a lab is preparing to be the first in the world to infect humans with COVID. The Whitechapel Hotel in the East End is hosting a groundbreaking trial that took more than a year to be set up. Volunteers prepared to see how they fare against the virus will be paid. Hold on. I hope I didn't tweet this one out yet. Did I? I didn't. Great. Evan, you're disqualified. How much can you be paid to intentionally be given COVID?
$1.
$100.
50 pounds.
£1,000.
£175.
This is
Which country?
£200.
£675.
Singapore was $100.
$200.
What's the purpose of it?
What's
This
the
is a
question?
challenge test.
What's the question?
To see how well the vaccine.
We're talking about a TikTok challenge, right, Tyler? We'll do it for free.
Messy, what was your question?
No, I didn't hear anything. My internet was bad.
The question is, there's a hotel in London that is intentionally giving people COVID, and they pay. You can be, if you want to be one of those people, you will be paid. The question is, how much are the volunteers being paid to get COVID?
£10.
Sorry, I withdraw. I withdraw my answer.
That's
Singapore is not paying
insane.
100.
I
Sorry.
would say
I'll go for
Singapore don't pay for
£10.
that.
2,500. I'm going to up mine again.
Oh
actually.
no, I was gonna say $150.
Okay.
I'm going to say 1,000 plus room
No,
and
you need
board.
insurance for treatment, right? In case.
Dave wins. The total's 3,000.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Three
What?
thousand to
But
That's
four.
easy.
It says 3,000 to 4,000, and I would love to know why. Maybe you get more if you're older or something.
If you get an
but
extra bonus
why?
1,000 if you get long COVID on the back of it.
For herd
Jesus
immunity.
But
Christ.
And
why do they want to get COVID?
it's
What
tax
Yeah,
what
free.
do they do?
that's the reason.
It's tax
Just
Oh,
like
free.
is it?
Tax free.
donation, yeah.
Tax free.
Yeah.
So,
Where
so
But
is
this
this again?
is
just
Where
students
exactly
do
is this
this.
Because
located?
they don't want to go to their friend's wedding. Why? Come on, guys. Use your noodle here, of course. So they will stay in 19 rooms for about 2 weeks, complete with TVs and PlayStations to keep them entertained. The former textile factory is now decked out with warning signs near the suites and rooms. In the living quarters, there are trolleys with swabs, files, and other equipment needed for monitoring the volunteers. Viewing points have been installed in the bedroom doors so staff can check on the patients. While the COVID trial is not yet running on humans, this is planned for next year. The facility is ready to go. The company behind it is called Open Orphan, a small company which announced plans to carry out the human challenge. They are the only one to have conceived and got close to carrying out such a plan so far.
So
Is
Mm,
it's
it
a
even legal? Is it even allowed? Or is
Is it
it
yes,
like
like
Squid Games
experiment?
for COVID?
yes, it is allowed. Yeah.
oh
Uh,
Sorry, Tyler. Just now I was saying at the beginning of COVID, Singapore government actually pay 100 to whoever get positive or tested positive.
that's a little
so
bit
so
different.
that they stay at
Yeah,
home
that's
or
why I
isolate.
say I withdraw my answer because it's not relevant.
Though it is really relevant to what everybody should be doing.
Well, I had the
Yeah,
idea.
so
I had the idea at the very
what is the
beginning
point
of
though,
COVID.
Tyler?
I don't know. They don't say what the real point of it is. Um, they started the company 2 years ago, initially as a pharma service business helping American drug developers to launch treatments for rare diseases in Europe. The trial has involved isolating the virus from the wild, growing it
They're a
in
CRO, right?
labs, and producing it to a specific standard. They don't really
They're a
reveal
clinical
the
research
purpose.
organization.
The company's called Open Orphan.
so
So I would think Googling Open Orphan might lead you to figure out what the real purpose of this is.
so this is gonna they're gonna take COVID and modify it and then inject it into people?
No.
No, this is from the wild.
This is like typically a clinical research organization, I believe, if you're in drug or product development. Oftentimes you need a third party to help you coordinate your clinical trials. And part of it is, getting your patients, observing them, etc. I have a feeling this was a clinical research organization that is just now retooling just to study COVID almost essentially out of science.
So I'm on their
And
website, openorphan.com/COVID-19, and letting them know I don't want their cookies. And then in the COVID-19 challenge study model, Open Orphan commenced the development of the world's first human coronavirus challenge. Yeah, kind of Squid Game-ish. In on the company announced it had joined the UK government supported partnership along with Imperial College London and the Royal Free London NHS Foundation Trust to develop the world's first COVID-19 human challenge model. The study's sponsors oversee the manufacture of the challenge virus and the first in human virus characterization study at the Royal Free Hospitals Unit in London. The characterization study enables identification of the smallest dose of the challenge virus it takes to cause a person to develop. Oh, that's why they want to find.
Oh, Jesus Christ. But
that's
like,
one
isn't
of the
this unethical?
reasons. And another reason I would hope that they would do it would be to sequence every day to see how quickly in a vaccinated person who's presumably healthy, how quickly new variants could emerge and whether any emerge significantly before the person's no longer contagious
But
as a
but
vaccinated person.
but when there is a treatment out there, or a preventative measure out there, like a vaccine or a treatment out there, like molnupiravir or others,
How can they justify this through an IRB? I am in shock. I'm going to look into this and probably try to tell you guys how is this. It doesn't make sense that they can do this. It's sort of
If
like,
they could, if their position is that they
yeah,
need to find long-term resolutions to COVID, because it has been rapidly developing and iterations,
but Sharon, what
they
IRB is approving like withholding treatment?
yeah, well,
No,
Well,
no, there's
Dr.
no
Danish, I mean,
unless they're
withholding of
saying that they
treatment.
we don't understand the early evolution of this. We don't have controlled studies of the early evolution of this virus, correct? I mean, we don't have any scientific studies where we've injected somebody and tracked them from day zero and watched everything, correct? So isn't
Yeah,
there some
we don't
clinical
know.
research
They said the
objectives here?
same thing about syphilis, though. Just want to be clear about this. Like, I want to be very, very careful to, because especially because they're paying people for this, you could be attracting vulnerable communities that need the cash. I mean, there's so much wrong with this. I'm
Well,
in shock. I think most bioethicists would say this is completely off the rails.
yeah,
the
I
latter
think
issue is a real issue, but I mean, the challenge trial is to see about infection. It's not. I would presume that if anybody develops symptoms, they're going to be treated, and I would agree with you that that's a real problem if they're not treating people. But to understand, how much protection the vaccines give, and what it would also tell us something about what threshold is there for aerosol transmission among vaccinated people, because this is something we do not know this late in the game what the human infectious dose is, right? uh
Exactly.
and that's true of the original one, and that's especially true of Delta, and it may be true, it's more of an issue of concern of new variants.
I'd have to see more, because if they have a controlled group that already is adverse to treatment, then they can justify it with some disclosures. But other than that, and also I'd have to see exactly what their aim is before you can say that they'd be approved.
I mean, aren't the recruitment criteria vaccination, including vaccination?
I'm assuming that they're not getting vaccinated people. I mean, because that would,
Yeah,
because if
that
they
would defeat
did,
the purpose of the
That
study.
no, that would be a very useful study, because we have to understand just how much or how little
I mean,
protection
I
the
mean, just
vaccines
that
would
little,
give.
Ellie, just that little tidbit you gave us last week about the speed of the B cell training, and I apologize for not knowing the technical terms,
Memory
and
B
the speed at
cells
which, yeah,
response.
and the speed at which Delta's replicating, that was very insightful, right? That if Delta's replicating faster than the B cell memory can grow, grow or whatever.
Yeah, expand.
So I'm like not in this space at all. I'm totally ignorant to it, and I'm just going to ask some questions because it just seems kind of mind-boggling. Like other clinical studies, aren't they done on people who already have the disease rather than actually injecting them? I mean, aren't we treating these people like lab rats at this point?
agreed. I
Yeah,
agree with
that's the
that. So
point.
there's that they
Well, I
can't.
mean,
They're
They're
very
not. That's
transparently
what I was
saying
saying.
that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
and
think
that's what
they
I'm trying to say
they
is
they stop one step of actually making you wear a rat costume, but they're not making any efforts to hide the fact that you're a human rat. Yeah.
I mean,
uh,
this is absolutely just going to attract people who are desperate for money or live on
exactly,
the streets,
exactly.
And will have a place to live for a while. I mean,
Not at
they're
that,
probably in like,
but that
no,
doesn't really
they
much
do have
matter because they have the
criterions
same,
for it.
apparently would have the similar genomes as people who make money, but the
well,
uh,
it's not the genomes, but it's their health, right?
yeah.
Like what they're eating, what they're drinking,
Hmm. Well,
how healthy they are.
they obviously have
Like it
some
just
kind of criteria for who they select to participate. I don't imagine they'll pick people who
They do.
have
They do.
compromised
They
immune
typically do.
systems, or maybe they do if that's what they're looking for.
I,
I mean,
I
I
doubt this would be on people with compromised immune systems. That would fail like on a number of ethical issues. But understanding, what immunity people who've been vaccinated have uh, against aerosol transmission under semi real world conditions
Okay, but
is a
let's be
total
real. Let's be
unknown.
real.
So, so hold.
Hold on, hang on.
I mean,
Yeah, go
Quick
ahead.
survey, flash of mics. Who would take?
Before that, Tyler, can we ask John Madison? And I hate to always defer to him, but he's kind of our
Yeah,
our
but this
guru
my
here.
question is just a personal question for everybody on stage. Who would take $5,000 to be given COVID? On that premise, and then you spend 2 weeks.
At escalating doses, by the way.
Well, yeah,
Which
but
is what
then
this.
you're only getting the minimal amount necessary to infect you, essentially. So you're,
When you say on that premise, do you mean like for clinical testing for the efficacy of the vaccination
yeah,
or
I'm asking,
something
would
like
you
for research?
participate
Oh,
in
not for
this?
the vaccine. That's not what this is for at all. Just want to be clear. The vaccines have been tested. They've done clinical trials. This is literally something called a challenge trial, where they give you doses of the vaccine or of the virus, and they see what happens.
Right.
And so that's the question. Sorry,
So,
just wanted to be clear.
Well, so you can recover on your own without any aid or
in the
anything,
hotel, of
or
course, they've got doctors in there and shit. $5,000 hotel room paid 2 weeks. Let's even throw in meals and a PlayStation to play games on. Who's in? You even get Netflix. Fuck it. So, who's in for $5,000? Show of hands. I'm in. Count me in. $5,000. I'm in. I can do tech news around the world from the. I just need a good internet connection and my laptop, and I'm good to go. And I can bring my
Tech
but
news
but
microphone.
around the tropics.
you could die,
No
right?
way in hell.
You could die,
Yeah,
or
no.
Yeah, but if
you
I
can
die, I'm
have
going to
No,
do it
sir.
on tech news around the world, and then it'll go viral. Literally.
That is true.
For 5 grand?
You did go
That is
viral.
literally
Oh,
true.
yeah, such a
Tyler,
sacrifice. I
Tyler just like sounds like a
respect.
singer said, I like to die when I'm singing on the stage.
Yeah, I'm literally.
You know,
I'm going to spend 3 hours coughing my lungs out, and we'll title the room. I'm a dumbass. I gave myself COVID for $5,000, and now I'm dying. And then like we can do a crowd fund to hopefully get me what's the treatment, Donish? If shit gets really serious, I just take the.
Monoclonal
molnupiravir.
antibody.
To be very
Well,
Yeah,
clear,
could I
years
molnupiravir.
ago,
parse?
this used to happen. They would send out news blasts, ads out, asking people to come to various hospitals for these sort of researches. And I know that we want to say, yes, the medical field is ethical, but I've seen a lot of research that colored the lines a bit. They would say, oh, no, this is a placebo, when it really wasn't.
But to
I
be
John,
know
clear,
that there
we
was a
don't give
crackdown
people
in
viruses.
Massachusetts for it, but I've seen some crazy things.
Sharon, we
Could I
don't give
parse the
people
science?
John here.
viruses. Just want
Could
to
I
be clear.
parse this? Yeah, this is John. Can I parse the science from the ethics? So, from first to the science and then to the ethics. In the science part, the studies that we have of the early infection has just come from wearables, and it's difficult to look at those data without having corresponding blood samples. So the scientific merit of a challenge experiment here is we don't really have good data about the early immunologic phenomena associated with early infection, whether in the vaccinated or the unvaccinated. And so that's what a prospective challenge study could do. And so there's no question that those data would be very valuable because we might find markers that would say, oh, this person, the markers at day 3 now indicate that they're an excellent candidate. Now that we have all these therapies coming, really effective therapies starting to emerge out of clinical trials, the first one from Merck and more to come, knowing who should get what from early blood marker studies would be invaluable. Now, to the ethical part of this, someone already said that this is preying on those who have economic vulnerability, and what are the consequences of that if, in fact, they have fail-safe mechanisms to completely abolish an acute episode as appropriate once they gather the early data and to prevent long COVID? Now, the assumption there is that we know how to abort a severe disease in anybody, and we have the drugs to do that, A, and B, that we know
how to ensure that none of these people get long COVID. Those assumptions are not provable assumptions. We do not know how to do either one of those at this point in
100.
time. And so for the majority of people who get their 3,000 or 4,000 pounds for the study, this will be the best thing that ever happened to them. They get a hotel stay, they get free Netflix, they get 3 to 4,000 pounds, and they have a bad flu syndrome and they get better. But for those who get really, really sick and have persistent damage to their heart or their lungs, or their brain, which is documented as being not rare by any stretch of the imagination, that 4,000 pounds is going to be meaningless for the rest of their life. So there are some serious ethical issues about how confident we are that we can ensure that none of these people get severe long-term impairment from the challenge infection. And so there's this trade-off between the validity of the science, which is, if well done, could be quite valuable for billions of people on the planet, versus the ethical conundrum of assuring these people that they'll be well taken care of and they have no long-term concerns. Now, I don't know if they're telling them there's no risk of long COVID, but they should declare one way or another, you've got X amount of risk of long COVID and this is what it looks like, or they shouldn't be doing the study. But even with that full disclosure, it does prey on those who are economically desperate. I'm done.
Is
Oh,
oh,
Absolutely,
sorry, Matt.
John. I'd also like to add here, the company that's doing this, I would imagine, is selling this information to pharmaceutical companies who basically can wash their hands from this ethical issue, right? Like a pharmaceutical company won't be doing this type of study, bringing people in and injecting them with COVID. I think that would look really bad on them. So is this something that pharmaceutical companies will pay for, this type of research and information?
I don't think that they'll be injecting them with the virus at all. I think since the 70s, we sort of did away with things like that, but they will try to get some valuable data to sell off. Absolutely.
Well,
This
I
is
mean, they
sort of
will be
the
injecting them, maybe not with
Sharon,
a
it
needle,
literally
but like
says,
like there
yeah.
some way, shape, or form, they're going to be giving these people the virus,
No,
injecting
no, it
them.
literally says, and I was reading this right now. It literally says they're going to be injecting them with different doses of the virus. It's
Wait,
nuts. I'm
wait.
telling you. This
yeah,
is,
that's that
In
that
The
that
is
that
I
like
haven't seen that since the 70s. I don't know.
the intervention is
if
remdesivir, is what someone in the audience, Ishmael in the audience, told me. So they have a plan. They do get remdesivir as intervention according to the protocol of this human challenge study.
Chris, remdesivir didn't work that well. We actually have data
I'm
showing that
just
it didn't work that well.
There's a lot
Donish.
of
I'm just
people.
reporting.
There's a
I'm
lot of
just
people
reporting.
putting money behind it. That's the problem. But one thing, though, I think it's a marketing issue, right? If you think about it, this is like a Mars challenge on Earth. Like this is trying to
But wait a
save
second.
a whole.
If you died, does your money go into a big glass piggy bank in the sky for the other players to share?
Oh yeah.
It goes to your family.
But you know the funny
Hey,
thing is, if the ventilation system's bad, everyone's going to
The
get some
COVID
weird
games.
inspection.
yeah,
And
but
and there has to be some amount of like risk that some of these people will die,
Yeah, I,
right?
I,
Like it's not like this is a zero risk
who's in?
factor.
Who wants to get some Squid Game costumes and show up at the outside the hospital when those people arrive?
I'd love to.
They already
I'd blast the song as well.
so the thing is that if this is an injection trial, number one, and number two, if they're using remdesivir, this sounds really dodgy,
Yeah.
both in terms of what we can learn and in terms of why anybody would want to do this. What I was talking about earlier was what I was inferring would answer some really important, outstanding questions that we should have answered a long time ago, but
And,
for the ethical reasons couldn't, and that's
and
understandable.
let's just be fair. I got that information through a DM. I'm not saying I don't believe you, Ishmael, but we are a trust but verify community, so we do need to verify those facts that they are using
Even
remdesivir as an
and
intervention.
even if they have treatment available on site, John said something really important that we need to remind ourselves. The law of averages and the way that this stuff works is one, we don't have, no matter how much the ivermectin crowd tells you, it's not 100%. It's not even a benefit. But I'm just saying, there is no 100% cure for COVID as an early treatment. Specifically, molnupiravir only reduces hospitalizations and deaths by 50%. y'all. That means 50% of people are still getting sick. So go get your vaccine. But I was going to say that on top of that, um, we actually, even the monoclonal antibodies, and on top of that, the convalescent plasma, nothing is perfect. And we don't know whether they even impact long COVID. 1 out of 4 adults that gets COVID gets long COVID. That's a lifelong, for some people, debilitating condition. There is no way. I don't understand how an IRB approved it. I'm in shock, but we're going to look into this more because this seems like I have a feeling that this is going to come out as
Please do. Yeah, let's
Where's
get our
this company
facts on this.
based out of, actually?
UK.
oh
Okay.
the
Oh, the
UK. Yeah.
company.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
believe the company's also UK. Yeah. Okay.
Ishmael says it
You
is
know,
available on
as
clinical trial.
I'm gonna just throw out this. My sister-in-law, which I have been saying many, many times, she almost died, was hospitalized 3, 4 times, couldn't even go anywhere for like 6 months. And now she even has long-term effects. She had like blood clotting on her lungs, she had pneumonia,
Oh,
and God knows how much horrible long-term effects she's gonna have. And you should read, even she wrote an article telling people, I'm not kidding you, don't joke around with COVID, let alone get it infected on purpose. I don't get it. I guess you can get the COVID if it's like for really good higher purpose, for vaccination, efficacy, testing, clinical things that Chris was talking about. But for a game, I don't get this. Honestly, I have seen this from my own family, so I'm
And
gonna throw
Tyler,
that out.
are they also going to do gene sequencing before the test? I mean, during the
Doesn't the
test?
article doesn't say.
If that's
we'll
the
have more
case,
answers tomorrow at Health News Around the World. Sorry,
Hmm.
but I'm going to look into this today, and I'll give you guys some answers tomorrow.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think where you're gonna find the issue, Dr. Danish, is this isn't in America. Yes, IRB process here is far more rigorous. That wouldn't fly, but I'd have to say they probably have
Ooh,
exceptions
Sharon,
there.
UK friends under the
I
bus.
know.
I
It is
have
an
to because
it is EC
we've done
approved
away
according
with
to
these sort of researches about 25 years ago here. So this is
according
not,
to
that's why I'm questioning that they would even give a live virus. But given that it's the UK, you guys go ahead and talk to your government. You've got work to do.
according to Ishmael, it is EC approved and is in February and is available on clinicaltrials.gov.
Yeah. The official site all have this information. The study received ethic approval from a special convened committee in February 2021. So in the early of this year, they have already got the ethic approval. And the study began in March 2021. So it's not started right now. It's already started.
Okay. So let's get into more headlines here. Dr. Fran has this one from TechCrunch. Headline reads Google in talks to invest in a Facebook backed Indian social commerce, Meesho. Meesho, I know Meesho. That's how big Meesho is getting in India. And it's not a surprise. It's their social commerce company. They're the Indian version of Pinduoduo. Google has held discussions to invest over $50 million in Meesho, which recently secured $570 million in financing round. And when Google and Facebook are both together investing in an Indian startup, that's when you know you got something hot, kid. That's en fuego. That's on fire. And that's social commerce. And for those who missed one of the most interesting headlines in the past week, the social shopping in China had a headline last week where one social shopping seller was doing their live stream. This is an influencer selling some shit inside of the social media app, e-commerce in a social media app. That's social commerce. They were selling stuff. One individual, one day, $2 billion of sales. One day, 24 hours.
Hmm.
One person, 2 billion with a B. 2 billion,
Jeez.
one day.
And it's a man selling lipsticks.
And it's a man selling lipstick in China. So Google and Facebook investing in the social commerce in India, and then think about how big America being, the best hype marketers, that God ever put on this great earth. Wait till the Americans, start flapping their big wings when we start doing our own crazy version. We invented QVC, by the way, everybody. Just let the record reflect. We pioneered that whole selling on TV late night potato clocks and all the crazy crap that we used to.
The 80s USA cocaine fueled marketing machine
You got
was fantastic.
we've been playing this game longer than anybody, and now we're gonna take back our throne, our seat on the throne as the kings and queens of crap selling and shopping. Watch out, world! Here we come.
But
Can I just
Tyler,
say
just as
that
Chris pointed out a couple of weeks ago, the real credit shouldn't go to QVC. It should go to Ron Popeil.
I agree.
Really,
I agree with his
I do
crazy
miss
vegetable
uh,
peeler.
I do miss college days and not being totally sober at 2 o'clock in the morning watching an infomercial. I'm just saying that was the best
That's not
times
you,
ever.
Danish.
Move
We
to
know you're
Korea,
not.
that could
You
be
never
every
did
day.
that.
Oh, that was definitely me. You just don't know. Don't let the hair fool you.
I know, brother.
Next one from Dr. Fran from the Next Web. Edward Snowden warns that if you weaken encryption, people will die. Our online freedom is under growing attacks from governments around the world. Snowden has joined a campaign to protect our privacy by trying to drive awareness around the importance of encryption. Yes, Snowden has joined a campaign to promote encryption. Article says our online privacy faces growing threats. Governments around the world are calling for encryption backdoors that would enable access to personal information. They argue that encryption protects criminals, but it also protects activists, dissidents, persecuted groups, and ordinary citizens. Did Edward Snowden write this article, or is this some... No. Edward Snowden is among the most prominent beneficiaries. The whistleblower's first messages to journalists were made with encryption. They resulted in revelations that millions of Americans had been under illegal mass surveillance. If we weaken encryption, people will die, he said. This year alone, after the fall of the government of Afghanistan, we saw how crucial encryption is in keeping ordinary people safe. Snowden has joined the Global Encryption Coalition to launch a campaign to protect encryption. The group of civil society organizers and tech firms warns that undermining encryption will leave people more vulnerable to crime and surveillance. I have seen firsthand how governments can abuse the power they have to access the personal data of innocent people in the name of national security, said Snowden. Weakening encryption would be a colossal mistake that could put thousands of lives at risk. Now more than ever, journalists are facing digital threats to their work and safety, says Lisa Dittmer, advocacy officer of Internet Freedom, Reporters Without Borders. Encryption plays a critical role in protecting journalists and their sources, enabling them to share information even in the most dangerous environments. Encryption makes us safer, says Snowden, from families protecting photographs of their kids to personal healthcare information. Encryption keeps our privacy information safe. Okay, next up. Dr. Fran sends in this one from Gizmodo that Walmart's aromatherapy spray is now linked to a mysterious outbreak of a deadly tropical disease. Walmart aromatherapy spray linked to mysterious outbreak of a deadly tropical disease. Recall issued. A bottle of the spray in a patient's home was discovered to contain a bacteria which is normally only found in tropical
Jesus.
environments. On Friday, the CDC announced a primary suspect behind the perplexing outbreak of melioidosis, a tropical and often fatal bacterial disease rarely found in the United States. A brand of aromatherapy spray sold by the retail chain Walmart online and at dozens of stores. Though the investigation is ongoing, the spray in question is now being recalled. Earlier this July, CDC officials reported that 3 people from different states, Kansas, Texas, Minnesota, had all recently contracted melioidosis. Melioidosis. That'd be a great hip-hop name, like a DJ Melioidosis. Caused by some crazy bacteria name. A fourth case was identified in August from Georgia. All 4 had been hospitalized as a result, and 2 subsequently died. While the cluster was low in number, it was concerning because melioidosis is rarely, if ever, reported in the U.S., and when it is, it's usually after someone contracted the infection from traveling somewhere else. The victims shared closely related strains of melioidosis but had no recent travel history or interaction with one another, adding to the mystery. But because the strain did seem to resemble strains from found in South Asia, it was suspected that some unknown contaminated product imported from that area had to be the source of the contagion. The bacteria are regularly found in the soil and water where it's endemic. Finally, in the home of the Georgia patient, investigators said they found the bacteria within a bottle of Better Homes and Gardens lavender and chamomile essential oil infused aromatherapy room spray with gemstones. Their investigation has now prompted a voluntary recall of the brand and 5 others in the same product line by Walmart, which was announced concurrently Friday by the Consumer Safety Products Commissions. Full details of the recall can be found on the site. CDC investigators are still working on confirming the smoking gun to this outbreak. Whether the bacteria is in the bottle is a match for the bacteria found in these patients. But even if the spray isn't connected to these cases, the potential risk of exposure is serious. The fatality rate of melioidosis, which can be hard to diagnose and identify with standard tests, can be up to 40%. And the brand was found to be sold online at 55 different Walmart stores between February to October 2021. According to the CDC, about 4,000 units of the product are included in the recall.
In a related news story, that same organization, Orphan whatever, is doing a study where they're injecting melioidosis into patients. I'm just kidding.
No, that's included in
But
your room with the PlayStation.
that's
Yeah.
with the aromatherapy.
Yeah.
That's correct.
It's the
But
aromatherapy.
but I was gonna say that what's really you guys want to hear the scariest thing? 3,900 people have this product in their homes right now, according to Walmart,
Yeah.
based on the recall.
Yep.
3,900. That means half of them, if each one of those bottles has this, half of them could die. That's so scary.
Is this human transmissible, Dr. Danish?
So I was looking at the actual cause, the infectious cause of it. I don't know enough about it, but the point is that it's usually contracted not through human to human contact, but through ingestion of dirt or other sort of
Dust and water droplets.
dust. Exactly. And so I think that that's partially what's happening here is that they just didn't clean correctly. Ugh, that's nasty.
Yeah, the usual mode of transmission is from inhalation
Yeah.
of dust or soil, and it's pretty rare. Human to human transmission is pretty rare. So the ideal way to infect people with this would be to put it in exactly the product that's been sold
In an
online.
aromatherapy product.
Yeah, I mean, that's the ideal mode of transmission. And the CDC noted that there were 4 cases in 4 states about 6 months ago that, when sequenced, revealed that they were virtually identical, suggesting a common source. But apparently, they weren't able to track it down until just now, because I've never seen a case, I've never known of a case being hospitalized. And the thing that makes it most difficult to track something like this down is the incubation period can range from days to typically to many weeks, and up to years before it manifests clinically. So linking the disease to the source was, I'm sure, going to end up being a fascinating medical detective story.
Okay, next up. Signed from Evan, scientists built an AI to give ethical advice, but it turned out super racist. I think we've heard that headline more than a few times. And Abject sends in this one that for the price of a Tesla Model S, you can buy a flying car that doesn't require a license. The single seat.
What could possibly go wrong?
The single-seat Jetson 1 vehicle is categorized as ultra-light in the U.S., which means it doesn't require a pilot license to fly. I just tweeted it out. It looks very cool. I need to upgrade my health insurance and go ahead and get one of these. This looks fantastic.
Whatever happened to Flying Car Guy that used to come here?
Oh yeah.
You can now.
Things didn't work out well, apparently.
You can
I,
now.
I think he's Jetpack Dude. I think when said I thought he was Jetpack Dude, I scared him away.
It says you can now buy a personal electric plane that can take you as high as 1,500 meters. That's pretty freaking high, honestly. About 5,000 feet in the sky without a pilot license. The Swedish startup
What?
called Jetson Aero. Ooh, let's Google that and find out their location because I will be in Stockholm in just a couple weeks, and maybe we can do a little interview. I gotta say, this is the cool. Oh man, that thing is cool as hell looking. If you go to jetsonaero.com, Jetson Jetson Aero AERO.com. I will tweet it to the Tech News Twitter account right now for those who have trouble spelling. And I'm on the website now, and wow, that's freaking cool
Oh,
looking.
hell no. This is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Wait a
Holy.
second, it's a drone.
Yes,
Uh,
with a human in it.
But what insurance should you buy if you want?
Is it like
Yeah.
similar to what you said, Tyler, like a week ago or something about flying taxi or something like that? Is
Yes.
Told
that
you,
And
Tyler.
similar?
You're the
Faraz,
Tyler. Please get in it next week. Please get in it when you go. Like we want you to say like you're the first person to get into a flying car in this room.
So
can I
Just
say it
make sure
looks like
you
an
survive to
ATV?
tell us the story.
It looks like an ATV with with
drone.
drone technologies. It's a sort of like a baby between an ATV and a wow. It's awesome.
Didn't
contact us
Faraz bring in a
here.
company recently? I mean, from that was also established in Dubai. Faraz,
Hold
it
on.
was a British company, right?
I could just
For us,
So it's a one person vehicle because there's a max on the
Yeah,
kilos there.
but from the demo video, if it's as low as this, I think it's pretty cool to replace some traditional car.
Does it still apply? Do the drone legislations apply to this vehicle? 'Cause they have the same thing, which is bigger.
no, because private or civilian aircraft, like he says, you don't like. There's got to be something about this that allows you to
Yeah.
finish it yourself too, and that would
Hmm.
probably make it self-built and then also not regulated.
I'm just checking 0689
Don't
Is
yours
it a kit? Is it
is
a kit, Tyler, or a full vehicle?
full vehicle.
and in our city we have the regulation that even right now the drones cannot fly during a certain time zone in a certain area. So don't you have this kind of regulation? I mean, in the cities, but it's they tested in the desert, so I believe there.
I'm not sure that we have any regulations around that just yet, but I imagine we
Yep,
should
right
because
now we
we
have.
could see that there are some Americans who have purchased this.
Okay.
From an injury standpoint, there's no guards, safety guards between the blade and you. You could be chopped liver.
Hold on. I just want to see if they're near Stockholm.
Tyler,
And
they can
then
always fly to Stockholm to see you, man.
Yeah, well, Sweden's actually very large. It's
and then there's a
And it's going to get wintry cold.
yeah. Register. I imagine the odds are they are. Um, and they've sold 12 of them already. And
One to Indiana, one to Hawaii.
a complete vehicle is $92,000 and is delivered to you as a partially assembled kit for home completion. You know, kind of like IKEA, very Swedish. It contains everything you need from the aluminum space frame to the motor controllers, propellers, and motors. You will also receive detailed building instructions and an Allen wrench, I imagine. If you want to,
it's because in the U.S. You have to self build your aircraft to fly under this whole non regulated
Mm.
scheme.
if you
And there's a parachute.
if you want to have one, please contact us for purchase. $22,000 to reserve a build slot. We plan to have 12 built slots for 2020, with production starting during the summer of 2022. Yeah, 2022. So, where are you based? What's your address?
And then Luis and I here in the audience and on the stage, we're close to a jetpack company, and we're going to try to get down there at some point to
Hey,
help
Tyler,
her out.
if you Google them, they say they're a Swedish company, so I'm
Yeah,
assuming
I
they're in Sweden,
I already
right?
figured
And
that
there's a
part out.
Swedish telephone number there.
Yeah,
Okay,
Just
I
call them
got
up.
it. I got it.
we
So Peter
noticed that from the.
Turnstorm, Tyler. Peter Turnstorm is based out of Stockholm.
How did you find that?
LinkedIn.
With on the company name as well.
So I specifically looked up Peter Turnstorm and Thomas Patan. I'm saying them wrong, I know, but Thomas Patan and Peter Turnstorm that's the CEO and CTO. Both of them are based in Stockholm.
Do you want me to connect him to his via Skype to his cell phone right now?
No, 1 second.
I got his cell phone on the page.
Yeah, I have his number as well. Swedes always put their cell phone numbers because they're public, anyways.
Ah,
Jetson Arrow.
I could Skype him.
No, it's all right. Jetson Arrow.
Dude, can you imagine can you imagine showing up at like the river or some dirt biking place with that thing? Like that thing looks badass.
Yeah, it does.
On
$92,000 though.
LinkedIn, Tyler, just look up Jetson. Literally just Jetson,
Okay.
and it says Stockholm.
Oh my gosh, looking at their Instagram, this is just way sexy.
Yeah, so they're based out of Stockholm.
Well, there's an e-bike one, there's a health one, and then there's a whole lot of Jetsons, huh? Aviation. There it is. Got it. Okay. There it is. Yeah, it says Stockholm. Okay, great. I'll try and get them at my event on the 8th, November 8th.
Dude, you're gonna fly in. You're gonna fly in, Tyler. They're gonna play music, and you're gonna come down in that thing, dude.
That'd be cool if they had it flying outside, because we have although the getting the government in Stockholm to let you fly a drone is itself a big headache. I've had to do that several times.
Can you say a little bit about the event, Tyler, just
Yeah,
briefly?
so it's a monthly event I've been doing since it started in January 2013. So this will be theoretically the 8th year anniversary, but we haven't been able to do it for the past, since COVID started. So about a year and a half, but we were uninterrupted for 7 years every month, and every month it's about 500 people because that's all that the venue will hold, and we've sold it out basically every month since the third month. And we talk about the news that's relevant to our ecosystem there in Stockholm or Sweden and Scandinavia, and highlight everyone who got funded and who funded them, and then we have an interview with somebody who's doing something really interesting in the news, like whoever's doing the most interesting thing in the news. Like this would be a perfect example. Like I would invite these people to come up, and we would have it outside, and maybe people could sit in it and take selfies with it or whatever. And then we bring up a VC group, which we're doing this month as well. And then we have 3 startups pitch the VCs for real. So they're doing they get 5 minutes each to try and fundraise from the investors. And we listen very closely to the questions and the answers that they're asking, and we sincerely hope they all get funding, but statistically only one out of the 3 does.
Are the investors that are there all from Stockholm or from all over?
In this time, yes. Generally, no. Generally, it's investors from all over Europe who have an interest in investing in the Swedish ecosystem, which is basically
Can
every
we
European investor.
live stream those pitches in a tech news around the world room, and then have like a roll up vehicle or SPV through AngelList, and people can invest like in real time? What do you think?
Could
I'd love to do something.
we could do something. What I'm going to do is all of the people who participate at the event on stage, meaning the interview with this flying car Jetson thing, if they agree, and the investors and the pitches, they will all join us here in Tech News Around the World on stage, and I'll be here with them, but we will be together physically on a stage in a big amphitheater in Stockholm, and then the people in the audience in the auditorium I will also tell them they should also be in the room, and then anyone in the Tech News Around the World audience can hop up on stage when they have a question, and we can do the Q&A that way, and then engage, have this hybrid event where it's half virtual, half half physical.
What was the date?
November 8th.
November 8th.
Are you going to stream the deck on Zoom or something?
No, if you're,
No, right?
I have a different idea in mind for how you will see the content that we're sharing. Okay.
Really excited about it, man. It's going to be
Ooh.
so cool.
I hope so. I hope it works out. So the next one is from BB sends in this one from CNN that a Italian flight attendants strip off their clothes to protest working conditions, which that makes sense. Because when I'm angry about my job, I rip off all my clothes, as one does.
Exactly.
In the long tradition of Italians doing really wild, their own artistic versions of protests, flight attendants from the Italian airline stripped to their underwear to protest job losses as well as working conditions. I guess they know how to. They know how to do create a meme in 2021. They know how to do marketing, how to get in the news.
Hey Tyler,
Yes.
please send me that video. I just need to check that.
But the veracity of it, I don't know.
At the Campidoglio, the center of power in Rome for around 2,000 years, and whose main square was redesigned by Michelangelo, about 50 female flight attendants turned up in their uniforms, then removed the uniforms to stand in their underwear, chanting, "We are Air Italy." There you go. Doing some surrealist protesting. Theirs was a demonstration to protest not only against their job losses, but also against the contracts awarded to those who have been retained by ITA Airways. Trade unions say that those who have stayed are being paid less. One ITA Airways flight attendant told CNN that as well as taking a pay cut, they have lost seniority and are no longer told far in advance where and when they will be working. ITA President Alfredo Altavia has called previously has there's a hey CNN, you have a typo. It says has called previously called threats of strike action a thing of national shame. He says the airline staff agreed to the current working conditions and has reportedly compared their complaints to a driver looking in the rearview mirror. Bargaining over contracts is more than finished. They are all on board and they have signed the contracts that we have sent them, said the CEO. The passengers traveling right now, however, for passengers traveling right now, little has changed. The new ITA Sky Blue to represent Italy's national sports teams will be phased in gradually, and the new uniforms, fixtures, and fittings are a work in progress with the airline in top secret talks with major brands. Well, that's one. I mean, if you only have a protest of 50 people, normally that would not get headlines, but they did manage to make headlines. So I'm going to give you the clap. That's clever. Clever shit. And by the way, if you look at the article and the photo that BB sent in, they are standing in a very chessboard-like arrangement, which makes it even more spooky.
And especially, I think they make the beautiful one in the front, so that even
make list for those.
Yeah,
I mean, they made Evan's day.
Yeah. Next up from BB, from South China Morning Post. The headline reads, China passes new law ordering parents to lift pressure on kids. Legislation would also reinforce curbs on the amount of time children can spend playing video games. So they're tightening down on the video games again. Follows a recent crackdown on tutoring industry. Previous meetings of the country's top legislative body indicate that the law will encourage families to promote children's morale and intellectual development. China passes new law ordering parents to do more to lift twin pressures of homework and private tuition. They will also have to prevent their children from becoming addicted to video games, according to the state news agency. So now parents are being held responsible to prevent their children from becoming addicted to video games.
And they will get if you like failed it.
The legislation passed by the National People's Congress Standing Committee on Saturday follows a series of measures banning private tutoring and restricting the number of hours children can play video games. The full text had not been published as of Saturday, but previous Standing Committee decisions have indicated the law is designed to ensure children's healthy development by encouraging parents and guardians to nurture and guide their morals, intellectual development, and social habits. News on the passing of the law has been viewed more than 33 million times. It divided users, with some applauding the move for encouraging good parenting, while others questioned whether it could achieve its intended goals. Here's a quote. The crisis facing the current state of family education is affecting the healthy mental and physical development of children. But urban residents find it difficult to provide their children the socialization with peers needed for them to be part of society. This is not something that can be solved by a family education law. Here's another quote. It says social media users also worried the legislation was an overreach into families' private lives and could have the unintended effect of putting people off from having children at a time when Beijing's trying to lift falling birth rates. Here's the quote. I work 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 6 days a week, known as 996. And when I come home at night, I still need to carry out family education, says one Chinese Twitter user in the comments. You can't exploit the workers and still ask them to have children, is the quote. The law will also include measures to help the millions of left behind children in the rural areas whose parents have to leave them with grandparents or other carers when they go to work in the cities. So now the CCP is telling parents they have to, do parenting. Interesting. Next one from Shirok. Reddit seeks engineers and leaders for an NFT platform. Oh, had Reddit not done an NFT platform yet? Well, now they have. Some responsibilities include designing and shipping back-end services for the creation, purchase, sale, and use of NFT digital goods. I guess they hadn't done it yet. Now they're going to do it. Is there anyone that hasn't done it yet? Amazon.
I'm waiting for Trump to.
Trump NFTs. Everyone's doing these NFTs. And then Katerina sends in this one that engineers develop a flexible self-healing material to protect steel from the elements. An insulator of sulfur and selenium made with flexible devices in mind may have found its true destiny as an anti-corrosive coating for steel. That's nice. Okay. Next up, Cheryl found this one from DW in Germany. It says, breaking news. 3 hours ago, Turkish President Erdogan has ordered 10 ambassadors, including German and U.S. ambassadors in Turkey, to be declared persona non grata, meaning they're no longer ambassadors. They're not expelling them, but they're no longer being considered ambassadors. The move means they are now just one step from expulsion after calling for the release of activist Osman Kavala. Who is Osman Kavala? Let's check out the article here. What does this move mean? Erdogan did not specifically clarify whether his order meant that the diplomats who he accused of indecency would be ordered to leave the country. I have ordered our foreign minister to declare these 10 ambassadors as persona non grata as soon as possible. They must leave here the day they no longer know Turkey. Huh? They don't have... I'm not saying they have to leave. I'm not expelling them. But the quote is, they must leave here the day they no longer know Turkey. What? What kind of rambling is that? The Turkish Foreign Ministry summoned the ambassadors on Tuesday for what it said was an irresponsible statement. The envoys had issued a rare joint document that called for a speedy resolution to the case of the jailed civil society leader. The ambassadors concerned are the Ankara representatives, meaning Turkish representatives, of the US, Germany, Canada, Denmark, Finland, France, Netherlands, New Zealand, Norway, and Sweden. Holy shit, that's like the Nordics, the Netherlands, France, Germany. Those are the most important companies. I mean, not that any one country is more important than another, but those are pretty much like, the countries you want to be getting along with, not the ones you want to be pissing off.
Tyler?
Yes.
I tweeted something that I tagged you in, which gave a little bit of context around this case.
Yeah.
And it's being compared, well, it appears to me just from skimming that it looks like it's something that's similar to what happened during the Nazi time. So this article is probably going to explain it a little bit more, simply because it's a much bigger problem and a much deeper issue, which is probably why you're seeing all those countries in the same conversation.
It says, who is Osman Kavala? Kavala, a businessman and philanthropist, has been in jail in Turkey for 4 years without being convicted, despite the European Court of Human Rights calling for his release. He has been in prison since late 2017, charged with financing the Gezi Park protests in 2013 and taking part in the failed coup in 2016, which he denies. Kavala is known for his support of the arts and his funding of projects promoting cultural diversity and minority rights. Erdogan has accused him of being the Turkish leg of billionaire U.S. philanthropist George Soros, who the president alleges has been behind insurrections in many countries. The European Court Human Rights stated that Kavala's rights had been violated and ordered his immediate release. It concluded that Kavala's arrest was based on political motives without any reasonable evidence. However, Turkish officials did not implement the decision and said the judgment was not final, that the European Commission, the European Court's judgment is not final. On September 17, the Council of Europe issued Turkey a final warning to release the 64-year-old entrepreneur. It warned that infringement proceedings against Turkey would start at the end of November if Kavala was not freed by then. So again, the move means that the 10 ambassadors are now just one step from expulsion after... Oh, now I get it.
I got it too.
Yes. So those 10 ambassadors from those 10 countries had told Erdogan that he needs to release this activist, Osman Kavala, from Turkish prison, where he's been since 2017, because Erdogan claims he was behind the coup, which I think most of us watched on TV. I remember that like it was yesterday. Holy cow, that was crazy. Anyway, so these 10 ambassadors happen to be from all of the Nordic countries, France, Germany, US, Canada, what have you. And so now he's saying, oh, okay, well, now you're no longer ambassadors.
I guess those ambassadors are just transferring the decision of the European Council to Erdogan, and then, yeah,
right.
And they got it.
Wild. Okay, so next up is... we covered that. Oh, let me tweet that out for you. So for those who want to save it. Next one. Oh, needless to say, Turkey is not going to be joining the EU anytime soon, I guess, is a safe assumption there, that we can conclude that one. We can take that one off the docket. Heyman.
Amazingly, it's still part of NATO, as you know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's,
So Heyman sends in this one that the headline says how the subscription newsletter service known as Substack is changing the writing game. Substack has become something of a referendum on contemporary journalism, and due to the controversy surrounding many of its personalities, blah, 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 blah. Long story short, journalists can now leave their paid roles at the New York Times, like our friend Barry Weiss, and start writing on Substack, as she's doing, where she's making more money now than she did then. And that's a problem for the New York Times, who's attacking big tech. And that's why big tech investors are backing Substack, so that those journalists can leave those publications. Next up is from Shirok from The Independent. The headline reads, "We are in the worst of the chip crisis, and it will last until 2023, Intel boss says." And then Shirok sends in this one from the BBC. "Will Apple be the last US tech giant left in China?" The BBC wants to know. As Microsoft closes down the main version of LinkedIn, Apple looks more alone in China than ever. Well, they've always been alone. What do you mean exactly? They were always alone. LinkedIn was a temporary thing. The next one from Shirok from The Guardian. Tesla reports record-breaking third quarter net earnings despite global supply chain meltdown. The company's car sales are set to overtake last year's figures, even as construction of its new Texas factory is underway. And CSQ sends in this one from The Guardian that France and Israel hold secret talks to defuse the phone spyware row. Senior advisors discuss alleged targeting of French cabinet ministers' phones with NSO Pegasus spyware. WTF, bro. The next one, also from Sharon, is from ZDNet. Tech workers warned they were going to quit. Now the problem is spiraling out of control. Tech workers complain of toxic work environments, unrealistic demands from employers, and a lack of career progression. Woe is me and my $200,000 a year salary. Oh, sweet Jesus, make it stop. Research suggests that they may be entitled. What does it say? Let me open the article. Research suggests they may have reached their limit. Yeah, they reached their limit. They want their gold medal now because mommy always gave me a gold medal. Tech and IT workers' resignations risk spiraling out of control as chronic burnout, limited career progression, and unrealistic demands from employers prompt technology industry employees to jump ship. New research by training platform called Talent LMS and Workable, a provider of recruiting software, suggests that tech and IT workers are likely to be planning an exit soon. In a survey of by the way, did you hear that sound? Did anyone hear that sound? You hear that? Oh, those are the people in India wishing you best of luck with your future careers as they take over your jobs for half the price. That sounded like 20 people. I can assure you that was millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of more Indians that couldn't be happier about you being a little stressed out about your toxic work environment at this big tech company paying you. By the way, it was just revealed that Stripe's onboarding developers are making $250,000 a year, to which the entire city of Bombay said, "What the fuck? Can we get 30% of that? 20% of that, please? Please, please, sweet, please." Y'all gonna walk yourself out of a job. There's a whole, hey, attention, tech and IT workers in the West who are feeling stressed and burnt out. India would like to say thank you very much. We appreciate this opportunity. And not just, by the way, India is just first in line. There's a whole developing world of folks who are every bit as qualified, who will work for 1/3 of the cost. And we appreciate your
Tyler,
lack of ability to keep a very well-paid job. Yes.
wouldn't this also lean in and sort of dovetail into the fact that the gig economy and so many contractors are also what we talked about the other day about how, like I mentioned, that Holland tends to have a good large percentage of their population are what we call ZZ payers, which means they work for themselves and they do everything themselves. But clearly, you just said it, they are saving companies money because of the fact that they're able to charge less because they're navigating it themselves and their overhead is less because they're independents. So in some ways, I think that what the statement you made about it being more than just India, I think you were 100% accurate. It's going to go spread all over the world, and it will probably also make it even more competitive because India might have millions, but that's not other countries as well inclusive of that. So if everyone's jockeying for that extra work, it's really going to be very interesting how the navigation is with securing that work, because having been on many projects that are outsourced, the first thing that many of these projects want to do is have the right delivery of the final deliverable and making sure that they're getting the right consultants on the project or the right contractors on the project. And that is just understanding the deliverable and the goal of the deliverable. So some things can be done by India, some things could be done by Montenegro, some things could be done by Kazakhstan, but depending on the need of the project in tech would depend on where one would source the contractors or the independents to do the piece of work on the project.
Okay.
And they're quite global.
Yeah.
So I'm quite curious if you feel like this will be something that will dovetail into a new version of like an independent army or a contractor army where you could actually have it more decentralized, who could do the work?
No, generally not. They want them as employees. It depends on the project. It depends on the team. Like Facebook has reportedly wants to save some particular roles for people who don't have visas, for example.
Of course, but post-pandemic, and the remote work and people not wanting to go back to the office, what about that impact?
So check this out. This addresses that in the article. It says data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics shows that the quit rate in the U.S. hit a record high of 4.3 million people in August last month, while data from Bankrate of August 2021, just 2 months ago, suggests that approximately 50% of U.S. workforce plans to leave their job in the next 12 months. Just half of Americans, just half the people working. Half the people plan to quit in the next 12 months. And again,
do they have an average of that age, Tyler? Because I heard that the average age ranges between 35 and 45 of the people that have walked out are not coming back.
It says burnout, stress, and feelings amongst tech workers that their efforts have not been recognized are commonly cited reasons for employees looking to quit. A survey of 600 data engineers conducted by Wakefield Research found that 97% reported feeling burned out, with many citing relentless demands from employers, repeated interruptions and disruptions to their work-life balance, ill-defined projects, and a steady stream of half-baked requests from stakeholders. So pervasive were the feelings of burnout amongst data engineers that 78% said they wished their job came with a therapist to help them manage stress, while 78% of those surveyed said they were thinking about leaving the data engineering field altogether. The survey was commissioned by data catalog platform provider Data World, blah, blah, blah. Data engineers work overtime to compensate for the gap between performance and expectations, the researchers said. When a deliverable is met, data engineers are considered heroes. However, heroism is a trap. Heroes give up work-life balance. Yesterday's heroes are quickly forgotten when there's a new deliverable to meet. These data engineers feel that the profession of data engineering is broken. Can it be fixed? However,
this is.
One second.
I was going to say this.
Here's the hot spot. However, here's the breakdown. What percent say they feel this way? Limited career progression is number one with 41%. A lack of flexibility in working hours is 40%. Toxic work environments, 39%. And not being valued or appreciated is 37%, which is more than 100%. So some people are answering twice, obviously. were identified as the biggest push factors for tech and IT workers in the survey. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say this makes total sense. I mean, especially over the last year and a half where people are working from home, so hours and lines just get blurred. They're working, you know, 16 to 20 hours a day, 7 days a week just to meet deadlines. And then on top of it, not, you know, things here in the US have become so much more expensive over the last year and a half as well. And their salaries are not adjusting with it. To go away on vacation, it would cost almost double what you would have paid 2 years ago. You know, obviously not during COVID because that was just, prices
I,
just
I
plummeted.
will
But
push back with one thing about the salaries. Do you know what full stack developers are making right now? I
I
mean,
do. Yeah. I mean,
176,000.
there's some people that I know that are making in the low six figures, but it doesn't matter when they're working 18 hours a day. They can't. There's nowhere for them to go. You know, they try to. Like I have this woman that used to work for me who went out on maternity leave, and she she knew that if she didn't get back within the amount of time that she needed to, that her job was going to be gone. Another kid who is, you know, being forced to get, you know, people that I've trained over the last 20 years that are forced to get vaccinated, working from home, but still, you know, mandatory to get vaccination, and just feeling like all of the work that he's done is not being appreciated because, you know, why working from home when he has no other life and doing nothing else, he needs to get vaccinated. Now that's a whole other topic if you
yeah.
choose to agree with him or not, and whether or not to get vaccinated. Just the point that he could potentially lose his job and not be appreciated for the work that he's done over the last 3 years in the healthcare industry because he's chosen to take a stance and just completely burnt out over everything that he's doing. And these are like real people that are having real issues, that are having psychological, like this is a huge psychological effect, working behind a screen for, you know, 12, 14, 16 hours a day,
Mm.
and not feeling like
So
they've been
so
appreciated in any
so
respect. They could
Jeanette,
just be replaced. Yeah.
I agree with you. So the thing is, what they need to think about, and Tyler, here's one place where we may or may not agree.
Mm.
But what these people are not realizing, and I don't mean to like dehumanize them by calling them these people. I'm just talking about generally the tech workers. Um, you know, what they're not realizing is that OpenAI and other automation tools are coming. There has never been more impetus as somebody who is actively hiring developers out there and seeing numbers. Someone mentioned 176. You're getting 176 if you're not fighting for your salary. Some full stack
Absolutely.
developers are making, you know, 300, 400,000 from the fangs and others. And so I just want to kind of, and you know, by the way, go through Lambda school and making 400K after 12 months is not bad. So I'm not trying to say that they're not being overworked, Jeanette. You're absolutely right. But there has never been more of a shortage of these people. And on top of that, there has never been more of an impetus to have things like OpenAI's Codex, which, remember, we covered this, Tyler. It is mind blowing. It is coming. We are already using it within our own company to build small pieces of the code. It is already happening, and companies across the world are starting to
We're
build on
using it
top
in
of these
Teggy
codes.
AI.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
exactly. And so I'm just saying, like, it's coming. They're gonna get disintermediated, if not by the person in Holland, then by the AI, because there's just no more room to be paying somebody that kind of money. And where do we go from here? If they
Well,
want a better work-life balance, they can work part-time.
I don't think
Well, to
that those salaries are realistic across the board for so many people. I mean, maybe in the hundred to $200,000 range that exists, but not in the 400 plus thousand. That's not something that you see commonly
And full
amongst these
stack
type of developers.
developers?
That's just for California and the higher
Yeah,
end.
not in New
In
York.
Austin, you're looking at about 200K salary,
Yeah,
250 a month.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
exactly.
200,000.
Yeah, but you're talking
$200,000.
about 200,000 in an area where, you know, it costs you to just have you need that much just to have like a regular type of life. Some people are living, you know, a little bit better than paycheck to paycheck, being able to save some money for their future. But then when they look at it and they see that their future in 5 years doesn't actually exist anymore, then what's the point of putting all of those hours in today?
Well,
I think
to
there's also
Annette's
a big
point,
gap.
I think the largest concern, and I would say it's a valid concern I've heard, is the shifting expectations from some of these employees, right? Employers, rather. So they are really not clear on what they want, and the stress is trickling down. That's one thing. But for the Massachusetts area, for example, there's also a disparity in salary when you're talking about sexes, right? For women, it'll be the 176. For men, it'll be the 246 and upwards, but less skill, more education on the bottom rung. So these disparities are causing a lot of tension. However, organizations aren't worried about speaking to that. They are going to automation where they can get the codes handled by an AI algorithm or an AI equipment. And that's a huge issue because you're talking about displacement.
And the question is, will these displaced tech workers be the coal miners for Trump in 2024?
Huge.
I just wanted to add a point. So
Becoming the blue
I
collar,
think a lot of the
workers.
a lot of the remote work stuff has a mental component to it. I mean, COVID sort of pushed and kind of was a catalyst for that. But we're starting to see now is that these workers are indeed are blurring between work and home life and not having like so we're social creatures as human beings. So what we're seeing, at least in the companies that I'm involved in, is the need to want to go back and have social interaction, have a culture with the company you're with, get out of the house, and there's a blend there between both work from home and work from an actual physical location. But I'd be curious as time goes on if there's a study about how working from home actually is causing workers to get burnt out faster and because they're not connected so well to other people in the company and the human component is taken out of it and now they're feeling like they're more like a number even though you're on Zoom calls. If you're on Zoom calls mostly for meetings and not you don't get the water cooler talk. Anyways, that's my,
No,
my
that
thoughts
that
on it.
absolutely, yeah,
Before
that absolutely is the case, and then you're also talking about, without stereotyping too much, you're talking about the type of worker that's not really social to begin with. Most coders aren't the most social people, so you're now taking a person who's not really that social, now putting them in their house to work where they're not going out. Also, I mean, this is what I've seen again, like in all of the developers that I've worked with. They're working from home and not going out anywhere anymore, and
could
now
I
they have
suggest
no social interaction.
yeah, could I suggest that there's going to be a fundamental transformation of precisely to the point you're making of the profile, the skills profile of the coder of the future. So, a coder of the past could be, very socially challenged, but gifted mathematically and logically, and from a machine coding standpoint, what Codex has introduced, and something I've personally anticipated for many years, is that a direct translator from human language into computer language was inevitable and inescapable. And what it's going to leave is a new generation of coders. And that new generation of coders are going to be people who can quickly grok the business use case that needs to be solved and have a great facility with precision in the English language to be able to translate the business use case into machine code using Codex or something like it in a way that generates very efficient and effective code that is faithful to the use cases trying to be solved. And in the process, I think what's going to happen, and I mentioned this on this in Tech News before, is that the machine is going to start training us how to speak human language in that English language is in particular particularly slippery in its expressiveness as opposed to its reproducibility. And so what we're going to find is people who have the combination of the skills to translate business use cases into precise English language that then is translated by Codex into machine language is going to be the skill of the future. So while being socially challenged has not been a deficit in the legacy coding world, it's going to be a huge disadvantage going forward in communication skills and the ability to translate use cases into precise human language.
And John, that's already happening with the no code and how it's movement and how it's enabled professionals who know the business process in marketing or sales or manufacturing to start to
cobble together those types of software. Quite frankly, I mean, that's how a lot of the no-code solutions are.
Exactly. I
Yeah,
just
yeah,
think that we're on the fulcrum of a
totally.
transformation of both the personality profile as well as the educational profile of a very sophisticated and well-paid coder.
I think if you really kind of if you profile all the way around the 360 of who we're talking about, somebody earlier had brought up just how few women are still coding and things like that, right? With this kind of new means to empower other non-white males to build code, okay, if you do all the research you want, that's still largely what represents the demographic of who we're talking about here. It's, we have some hope that other people can start to do that, right? Can start to create the business process, the software for these for companies. But as you look back, the life unfolds in chapters, right? In the Silicon Valley and just how tech has emerged around the world, it has all unfolded in chapters, and we are at a different kind of evolutionary cycle here with the rise of what Dr. Donish and John are speaking about with regards to the machine doing kind of the lower level, and not even just lower level, because lower level means maybe it's more easier to do, but that does not mean that it's not more valuable to deliver, right? So it's hopefully the recognition of mental health, the recognition that we need sane management, because that's what's driving a lot of the problem, the pressure cooker, and just the recognition that empowering more people to unleash the value of software without, you know, having to be a data science expert or being a master coder, that's going to be a useful thing for democratizing how we can start to build, or extend the use of software. Oh,
I
sorry.
actually think it's going
John
to
is
have.
so
I
on
think it's.
point that there are two startup companies in accelerators in South Korea to do that very thing. So we expect to have some announcements at the top of the year next year on that score. And here's what's so beautiful about it. Any devs can sort of contract themselves out to help along and make money.
Okay.
Well, let me just push back a little bit on democratization. And last time this topic came up, I gave the same little riff. So for apologies for those who already heard it, but I think this transformation is going to be less democratizing than one would hope, unless we're very explicitly addressing that issue. In that, children from privileged families who learn how to speak precise English, who learn how to develop a good English description of a particular use case and business need will be at a huge advantage. And to the extent that they are in the first wave of coders in that space, it begins yet another amplification of social inequality. So I think it's addressable. I think what was just described by Sharon in South Korea can counter that movement, but it has to be deliberately focused at democratizing the education towards that end rather than being just another advantage of coming from an economically gifted family.
Good point. Good point. I'd just like to offer the language as one of the lanes that is going to unfold in terms of how you produce it is one lane. Just the drag and drop simplicity that you get from Scratch Junior, Tinker, and a few other, like there's this whole kind of learn to code and you're 4 years old. Way to go, kid. Like these types of tools can help you think about, some, have the mind, right, of creating some code just by dragging and dropping things. But you're absolutely right. And my old roommate, John McWhorter, would agree with you.
Okay. So next up is from Evan, that a tech whiz who became a millionaire at age 17 sells his mobile app to Twitter. Mr. D'Alacio was just 12 years old when he started coding on the Apple App Store, and by the age of 17, he
It's a great story.
built and sold his first app, Sumly, to Yahoo, And now last week he was in the news for selling his second app to Twitter. An entrepreneur and tech genius who became a millionaire at the age of just 17 has sold his latest app to Twitter. Nick D'Alonso, at 25, has struck a deal with the social media giant for his group chat app Sphere. The company started as a real-time question and answer service where people could talk to experts. Having launched in 2016, it quickly amassed 500,000 users in just 2 years by the end of 2018. It then developed into more of a social media app by 2019, had raised around 30 million from investors. The latest version of the Sphere app, which splits users into group chats, each featuring a feed that can prioritize posts, was sold to Twitter for an undisclosed amount along with its 20 employees. So
Hey Tyler, do you think startups like this should be sold to Facebook? It's typically their modus operandi is to buy early companies before they get too big and successful.
if they
Do you
perceive
think
them as
that
a
should be
threat,
allowed?
if they perceive them as a threat, then they will. Facebook's MO has been rather transparently that Zuck, as soon as he sees an app as a potential existential threat to Facebook, he makes an offer that their investors cannot refuse by offering essentially
But that was
double
Instagram, right?
Instagram
Do you
and
think do you
WhatsApp.
think they'll be
Yeah.
allowed to
Maybe
buy
that's
that
what New York Times
now?
is angling at. Maybe that's what the WSJ is angling at.
No, that's just old. I mean, that's just everyone in Techland knows that.
I'm just saying maybe they're trying to get bought out because they're like, they
Oh,
figure they're a threat.
no, I mean, they also tried to buy Snap, and Snap wouldn't sell, strangely. And then Instagram and WhatsApp did sell. They tried to buy Twitter. But in this case, this seems more like from what I understand, they paid 20 million for this company of 20 developers, and that's quite not a lot to get 20 developers.
So there's also the other story too, right? Facebook actually has 60,000 employees, but they're actually hiring 10,000 apparently for for building their metaverse. So there was a question of people saying that is it to also block other people from building, having enough
Mm-hmm.
people to build their own
Yeah.
competitors.
Yeah, well, it's really smart. In the short term, there is currently not a whole lot of VR developers, and you could attempt to suck up all of the top talent now, and once you have all the top talent, Zuck is smart enough to know that the other future talent that's developing will also want to go work where all the top talent exists already. That's a common feature of top developers. So you could create a momentum of being the best place to go if you're a VR AR developer. So that's quite clever. It would give him a bit of what we call a moat, some defensibility, a kind of strategic lever, and it would disable the competitors. It would make it much harder to compete in the space in the short term. Eventually, you can't keep attracting all the top talent all the time, but if you have your heart set on it, why not? I mean, if he's pivoting the company into that, he's got all the money he needs to keep playing that game as long as he can try to. And then their recruiters are going to go out there and initially try and get all the best talent. And then once they've got the best talent, then their new message to the next everyone they interview with is, well, look at we have the best roster of all the best VR. Why would you want to work anywhere else? We have, come work with all the other best minds in the space. So it's smart. It's clever.
And they only need to do it for like a couple of years, right?
Yeah.
It's not like because once they're 2 years ahead of everyone else, it's going to take forever for anyone to catch up.
And they've got the hardware platform with Oculus. It's like they're in a really good position. It's a smart move. I would do the same in
And
their
the new
shoes.
Oculus is coming out too.
Yeah. So next up, and because they also want to build I kind of disagree with the notion that, they won't be able to actually employ them all, that they're going to have them sitting on benches, so that they don't go anywhere else. Because, the metaverse is essentially, you have to recreate the entire internet inside the metaverse. Essentially, every web page. We went from web pages, when we were using desktop computers. Everyone was building website, and there was all these big website agencies like Razorfish and all of them. And then it went into apps, and then everybody had to have an app. Everyone's making an app. No one's even that worried about making a website anymore. It's all about having an app. And then there was all of these agencies who made apps. And now we're going to get into what is your metaverse experience that you're making. And you're going to need to at least 10,000 people making all of the metaverse experiences. It's truly unimaginably big. It's like the embodied internet. And so you could easily keep thousands of people occupied into all kinds, just even if Facebook were to be like, hey, hey, Fortune 500 companies, we went ahead and took the liberty of starting an experience for you in our metaverse. Sound good? Yeah, just sign the dotted line here. We're going to go ahead and co-create with you the Citibank, Bank of America, American Airlines, you name it, experience inside of Oculus. Oh, what do you know? All of the experiences only magically work with Oculus and they're not working with the other platforms. Oh, well, that's too bad.
And
And
Facebook now, like Oculus is no longer compatible with Unity because Unity turned down uh, Facebook's offer, if I'm not mistaken. So it's like it's limiting even who can do metaverse things and VR things with Oculus.
And the interesting, if you look at the wording of how they announced it, it was basically their hiring sprees in Europe, right? And so they said Europe is very important, and European policymakers are leading the way in helping to embed European values like free expression, privacy, transparency, rights of individuals into the day-to-day workings of the internet, according to their announcement on Monday. That was early this week.
So I just wanted to reiterate, I love the story of this guy who sold his company to Twitter at the age of 25, his second company for 20 million, first time when he was 17. And as I forget who, Donish or somebody was saying, like, you go to Code Academy, there's a whole bunch of places that cost next to nothing to learn how to, at least in the short term, get a foot in this tech game. I mean, rather than 4 years at a traditional university, do 4 years of a coding academy and, get the pick either front end or back end and kind of specialize and get quite up to speed. You should be able to land a gig at around, 150, 200 is totally within reach for just about everybody. And again, that's a school you could get into without getting debt trapped into, tens of thousands of dollars in debt.
That was the biggest surprise for me, Tyler, is I got my mechanical engineering degree and then I immediately became a full stack developer and had more potential there than as a mechanical engineer.
So, I mean, that won't always be the case forever, as Donish was mentioning with OpenAI, Codex, and whatnot. But it's going to be true for the short term, and it's just it's never been easier for folks who want to get in the game, and more that's going to become a huge, major, massive international thing. It used to be exclusively a Bay Area, Boston, Seattle handful of very prominent locales, and the Bengaluru is just fucking exploding at the moment, and that's just going to send shockwaves throughout India. It already is, and my God, the number of people that are going to join, tech schools and business schools in India is just it's hard to imagine, and that's actually why I invite Gaurav. I was hoping you might make a comment on the kind of Indian perspective on startup culture spreading internationally.
Yeah, truly, the startup culture is spreading because of the 30 principles which were launched 4 5 years back by the government of India, and somehow like even the opposition's party and the central government worked on that part, and due to that, like there are more unicorns in this year as compared to the last year, and the government is pushing so much. The recently Baiju has entered into the U.S. market and acquired some leading ed tech company. So it's due to the policies which the government has created. and now everyone is just like pushing their best to enter into the market. Even for me, like for an example, I have collaborated with a Silicon Valley company, and it was I connected with them through Clubhouse only. So things are getting very easy nowadays, and we are just like taking the most advantage of this space. Yeah.
I don't think the Silicon Valley. I mean, truth be told, I think they do know because a lot of Silicon Valley developers are already Indian, and I used to commute and spend my weekends up in Fremont, as you know, which is in the heart of Silicon Valley, and going over to LinkedIn campus at lunchtime, you would be forgiven for thinking you were in India. It's holy cow, whole Yahoo lunchtime in the cafeteria. I felt like I mean, I say this with love. I felt like I was absolutely a minority in the room as a white guy. To be totally honest with you, like shockingly so. It was Indian and Asian almost exclusively. Like holy smokies. Uh, so I think the folks who we were reading about, and by the way, though, there's a lot of folks still, they have parents who invested in, came over to the U.S., years ago. The whole town of Fremont, and we had like the deputy mayor of Fremont join us here, who himself is Chinese, and he acknowledged that Fremont is Chinese and Indian almost exclusively. I used to spend every weekend there running around Lake Elizabeth. And those folks moved to the U.S. 30 years ago, brought their kids. Their kids went to Mission Hills High School, got good grades, went to UC Berkeley, UCLA, what have you. And now they're all working at all the big tech campuses and they're making good livings. But no, those, I can assure you, those people aren't thinking of quitting. And their parents wouldn't let them entertain that idea for a split second. So,
And the visas that allow that, H1, L1, are really being cracked down on, and funny, not just by Trump, who is very anti-immigration, but even the Democratic left want to limit high tech,
That's why I come to
immigrants
Canada.
under H1. So
I'm
it's going
just
to be a
saying,
real problem for future.
there's for as many folks that are feeling burnt out of working at IT, there's 10 Indians for every one of them who's thinking they want to step down. So there, you can go. Feel free to.
But Tyler, I also think what you're saying is a lot of them are Americans. These are like
Yeah,
second generation. They're born here, so they don't need a special visa, right?
correct. Yes,
Yeah.
there's both. You literally have both. You had an endless.
The visa would be to drive your employment costs down, right? That's the whole value proposition of bringing in outside talent, even if you have a qualified talent pool.
Not necessarily.
No.
Okay, so next.
Just to
So
real
are you
quick, just
paying
to,
somebody from India more than you're paying the dude living in Sunnyvale? Let's be intellectually honest here. Are you
No,
paying,
no, but it's also supply, right? If visas increase the supply, though, right? It's all pure economics there. But I'm thinking, like, if you do remote work, yeah, sure, your argument can stick, right? With the lower pay, Facebook does do that based on your location.
Chris, there is Trader Joe. Chris, there is one thing that's very interesting. I know that a few years back in Edison, New Jersey, there was a drama about this particular topic. I think it was maybe even around the time that Obama was in office, which was basically talking about how the visas that were coming in, they were actually not, they were realizing that everyone in the U.S. was making more money, and they were also now realizing that they were getting underpaid, and there started to be some human rights organizations that started to say, well, wait a second, just because they're coming from India doesn't mean they deserve less pay, or just because you're outsourcing doesn't mean you have to pay them less. And with the
Yeah,
Center of
exactly.
Excellence, the Center of Excellence is for India, for Microsoft, for SAP, Microsoft, and Oracle. They do get paid fairly equitably compared to like if they were getting paid through the U.S. So I think that that's a misnomer. That might have been the way it was before, but I know around the Obama administration time that something was shifted there, and now they make almost about the same, if not a little bit less, but not so much less.
But isn't this entire argument about the great resignation is that there's cost of living changes in the United States that allow you to access different talent pools. So now you're
Well,
telling
that's a
me that we're
given. I mean,
accessing external talent pools while paying them the same rate.
yeah,
I
but
really do
that's
find
been
that
happening.
challenging.
Yeah, but
There's no
Chris,
COL
I
adjustment.
know, Chris, but this is really interesting because this is happening. I can speak for SAP, like I not for SAP, but as a not my personal observations from doing consulting work for them as a contractor for 18 years. Most certainly, we have a center of excellence in Bangalore and stuff like that, and they're getting paid fairly well. I mean, they are, and they're getting
Fairly
paid.
well.
No,
Well, fairly
when
well
you
means
bring
it's not
someone
much less
over,
than the U.S.
yeah, exactly. When you bring someone over, the you're not allowed to bring them at the because you're going to be paying them less. You have to be
Correct.
bringing them because you can't find the same type
But
of talent here,
Correct.
then you
right?
end up indenturing the talent with the H1 with the visa. You
Correct,
end
but
up
now, Chris,
indenturing
now
them with the
Trader
visa.
Joe, Chris, now you see why everyone, now you see why all the Trump supporters were supported Trump. I mean, now you're seeing why everyone, in some ways, was really excited that he was in office because he was the one shutting down those H-1B visas. He was like, whoa, 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 no. And this is where it becomes interesting because the H-1B visa allowed the individuals to come into the United States of India. Just specifically, I know of India because Edison, New Jersey, and New Brunswick are very heavy populated regions of Indian nationals that have come out from India to the U.S. to do work in consulting. And, it's very interesting to see because that H-1B, when Trump was in office, they ripped it apart. And it was because of what you just said, Chris, that now Americans are like, well, wait a second, if they're getting paid about the same amount that we're getting paid, then why are we bringing them in? Because we're taking away jobs from the United States Americans. So yeah, that's kind of like what had started to happen. So it's very interesting what happened now that Biden's in, because now I feel like Biden's trying to repair a lot of those relationships that might have been tainted or challenged, and he's trying to repair some of them. But I think with the new things that you're seeing now with the metaverse and decentralization and the COVID and working remotely, I think it's just throwing a whole wrench in all the old models, and new models are just going to have to be created.
Okay, here we go. Next up is from Katerina from The Guardian. Egypt has detained an artist robot, AIDA, who comes into Clubhouse very often, who does artworks. She's an AI robot, and now she's been arrested and detained in Egypt before a historic pyramid
What
show.
do you mean she comes into Clubhouse very often?
What's her name? Akasha?
No, Ida, AIDA.
Okay, I know Akasha, who's an AI that comes into a lot of the rooms as well.
Sculpture and its futuristic creator held for 10 days, possibly in fear she is part of a spying plot. She has been described as a vision of the future who is every bit as good as other abstract artists today, but Ida, spelled AIDA, the world's first ultra-realistic robot artist, hit a temporary snag before her latest exhibition when Egyptian security forces detained her at customs. Ida is due to open and present her work at the Great Pyramid of Giza on Thursday, the first time contemporary art has been allowed next to the pyramid in thousands of years. But because of security issues that may include concerns that she is part of a wider espionage plot, both Ida and her sculpture were held in Egyptian customs for 10 days before being released on Wednesday, sparking a diplomatic fracas. The British ambassador has been working through the night to get Ida released. But we're right up to the wire now, says Aidan Meller, the human force behind Ida, shortly before her release. It's really stressful. According to Meller, border guards detained Ida at first because she had a modem, and then because she had cameras in her eyes, which she uses to draw and paint. I can ditch the modems, but I can't really gouge her eyes out, he said. She was finally cleared through customs on Wednesday evening, hours before the exhibition was due to start, with the British Embassy in Cairo saying they were glad the case had been resolved. Both Ida and her sculptor had been sent in specialized flight cases by air cargo to Cairo before the Forever Is Now exhibition, which runs until the 7th of November and is presented by the consultancy firm Art de Egypt in partnership with the Egyptian Ministry of Antiques and Tourism and the Egyptian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The exhibition will showcase works by leading Egyptian and international artists, including Stephen Cox, Lorenzo Quinn. Ida's 2 by 2.5 meter sculpture is a play on the riddle of the Sphinx. What goes on 4 feet in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 feet in the evening, the answer to which is a human? 4 legs when you're a toddler, 2 legs when you're an adult, and 3 is when you're elderly and need a walking stick. Okay.
A conspiracy theory, right? Ready for the music. What if this is the first time they're allowing a contemporary exhibit? What if they specifically did it to invite her in order to detain her and now put some sort of, uh, you know, like virus or something in her or way for them to get the information for wherever she goes in the future?
I hear a plot for a TV show here.
a,
Tyler,
a rom com.
actually,
Yes.
yes,
She falls in
I
love
actually
with
have
an
a open.
Egyptian minister, and
Espionage in Egypt.
yes,
I could sex bots and everything.
the spy who drew me.
Artists.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's nice.
The next one.
There's a weird case. I actually feel kind of sorry for the customs officer, and you're not going to hear me say it very often, like ever in life. But so I spent the last 2 months buried in something called the Harmonized Schedule, and this is like they have SHH 2, 4, and 6 codes. And long story short is this is a list of 5,000, and there's an extended list that can go even to 50,000 with country specific codes of every single conceivable trade good item that human beings have ever transferred and traded with each other. The thing that's interesting about it is this list was updated like 20 years ago because there's these new things called computers, and people are starting to move them across borders, and they know what like little product codes to put on them. And the reason why this is important is because they report their trade data to the UN, and this is how we track global trade and commerce. But I can imagine that poor customs officer going, I don't have a code for this. Wait, is it this other one? Is it this other one? And so that happens. But then someone says, wait, it has espionage, it's got camera things, and then you get the security service on there. And they're like, wait, where is it coming from? Wait, is it from British? It's US American? Wait, where are the parts from? Then they're going, wait, is this a this is a spy thing? And once that starts getting escalated, you can't stop that thing. It's this infinite realm of bureaucracy. It's spectacular. But what I find is very entertaining is the more times we send more advanced technology across borders, the more times this will happen. So if you wanted to see more of these kinds of headlines, there's an exotic set of circumstances that you could do where you could catalyze art projects, you get international headlines and cause diplomatic incidents just because they don't fit into basically predefined customs things. I think it would be a foreign performance art. It would be great.
Antonio sends in this one that Instagram rolls out new tools for Instagram creators to collaborate and partner with brands. I told you. Instagram rolls out new tools for creators to collaborate and partner with brands. Instagram is testing new tools for creators to earn commissions and form partnerships with brands on its platforms. Did I not say this was coming? Did I not say this is exactly how it happens? That you have creators will wake up every morning with opportunities to sell stuff for brands, and that the brands don't have the reach, the influencers do. It's chocolate and peanut butter. Reese's peanut butter cups. You put chocolate in my peanut butter. This is how it happens. One side has the products, one side has the reach. Bada boom, bada bing. You match them up. And Instagram rolls out new tools for creators to collaborate and partner with brands. Instagram's testing new tools for creators to earn commissions and form partnerships from brands on the platform. Here it comes. Here comes your social commerce. Did you hear?
This will be hilarious because you know they're going to have some kind of marketplace where it's going to be a highest bidder. So the social influencer one day will be wearing Nike, the next day will be wearing Reebok. It'll be like a highest bidder of the day.
The next is from Faraz from Reuters. 23andMe to buy telehealth firm Lemonade for $400 million. Direct-to-consumer DNA testing firm 23andMe said on Friday it would buy privately held company Lemonade Health, telehealth company, for $400 million. So now, what's an interesting takeaway from that?
So from the
Well, they already know a
from
shit ton about you because they have your DNA, and that's
so now
something
they can
that
do
the other platforms don't
individualized.
have.
Yeah, they can do individualized primary care,
Right,
something we've always wanted,
right.
precision medicine.
Yeah.
This is the first truly vertically integrated precision medicine platform. Think about it. If anybody's gotten 23andMe before, they'll tell you, hey, based on your genetics, you are at high risk for things like diabetes or macular degeneration. What if we can start you on supplementation, or we can start you on a diet, or we can start, and suddenly you can start having behavior change? This is a huge move. And honestly, Lemonade, the one thing that makes them exciting, but also scary in some senses, is how data driven they are, just like 23andMe. So what they do at Lemonade, which is interesting, is they make you do surveys, they make you do text messaging. So you can text message physicians, you can fill out a survey and they'll give you antibiotics. It's sort of like Roe in that way. Or they'll give you, boner pills. And so the idea is, at the end of the day, what 23andMe can now do is things like pharmacogenomics, which has not hit mainstream yet. So giving you a certain dosage of a medication based on your genetic background, that is actually something that people have been working on. They can do genetics driven behavior therapy. So the idea is, hey, patient X, you have this problem that you're at risk for. Maybe that's a good way to get you healthy, is by telling you what you're at risk for. Or, for example, with me, they were able to predict that I had celiac even before I knew. And that changed my life, actually. So I'm just saying that there's so much that can be done by using that data. I think you're going to see, mark my words, 23andMe is going to roll out a end-to-end full stack primary care. You're going to see 23andMe, how Walmart and Best Buy and others, and even us at Resilient, we've been doing primary care. You're going to see 23andMe, because 23andMe, the only way they make money right now is one time with each patient. You pay for the kit once. They want a recurring revenue model. This is
No,
their way.
but do they not have the pharmaceutical connections too, right? Because they did that whole GI studies. They've done, like, they collected so much DNA data that they actually collaborated with a lot of pharmaceutical companies to
But
deep dive into.
if you look at their 10K, they're
Yeah,
not actually
yeah,
getting paid that much on the R&D side. What they
right.
still, their core business still remains, hey, you want a kit, pay
Yes,
$199 and we'll send it to you. But can you imagine if from that kit you could then get people in?
actionable.
Remember, well, more importantly, get them to have a primary care doctor through 23andMe, who then manages their care over time. I think a lot of people would be open to that. And I just don't. I mean, I think it's a genius move on 23andMe's part. But I think you're going to see. I'm telling you, what people are going to see is you buy this kit, and suddenly you have a primary care doctor from 23andMe, and we're going to see precision medicine. They will be the biggest precision medicine platform in the world. This is a great acquisition.
Yeah, and also to add to that point, it's also the knowledge translation, right? So the whole point of the genetic data, the biggest issue has been like sort of having the counselors to go over the data with you. So by attaching to Lemonade, I mean that's a storefront. I mean not a, I mean, retail front, right? So now you could have people interpreting that for you and saying, "Oh, you should do this, this, this," and I mean Lemonade has made its business based on these other things that we usually don't talk about, but that are in the 23andMe publishing, right? Whatever the results are, they actually show this stuff.
So the next article is from RCC, and the audience sends in this one from The Atlantic. And the headline is very simply, "The metaverse is bad." And I got to give them
Very nuanced.
yes, it's very subtle, that one. You really have to scratch your head. What that could be taken so many different ways. Um, and what I'm realizing as I read that is, I guess it is very bad if you're The Atlantic, which is entirely a whole shit ton of text in every issue. Because I don't think we're going to be doing a whole lot of text reading in the metaverse. So,
Hey Tyler, while you're on the subject of the metaverse,
mm,
because I think this is, and I don't know whether you covered the other day because I missed one or two rooms. I got in late. Whether you covered the Snap earnings, right? Because the stock was down like 27% on Friday. But the CEO of Snap,
Evan
Evan
Spiegel,
Spiegel,
yeah,
yeah, was at a Wall Street Journal forum. So this he wasn't interviewed for the paper. I think this was
event,
a live thing they did
yeah,
in the UK, and he was asked what his definition of the metaverse was, and he referred to that science fiction
Snow Crash,
writer
yeah,
Snow Crash who wrote it, and then he said basically it's virtual
William Gibson,
reality. Right,
yeah.
but no, but he said no, but he said no, but here's the thing. He said it was a slap at Zuckerberg without using his name. He said it's virtual reality run by an evil monopolist. That was his term.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
Well,
that's how he
that's
defined the
how it's
government.
defined in the book. It's actually Neil
yeah.
Stevenson who wrote the book, and in the book,
Right.
yeah,
But he was. I think he was making a subtle. People thought he was making a subtle
yeah,
comment about. Yeah.
yeah. And then Jack Dorsey did a tweet about it saying he's not wrong. um, but when the Atlantic says that the metaverse is bad, I'm realizing if the traditional corporate media is having challenges with the internet today, boy, they're going to have real challenges. How? Because by the way, this is worth thinking about. When we went from websites during the PC revolution, everyone used websites. During the smartphone revolution, everyone used apps. In the VR metaverse, uh, we don't quite know what they'll be called, experiences or something like that, and or embodied apps or some weird thing like that. Probably something like experiences. And the question is, how will we how will that change how we consume news? I imagine it will be more similar to what we're doing here in Clubhouse in a social audio context than what we used to do, meaning walls of text. I think text is going to struggle in the metaverse because it's just going to seem antiquated when you can have a more enriched way of transferring information, because the bandwidth of information, like explaining something to somebody in text, you basically, you if I could share my brain with you telepathically, visually, you could understand far more accurately, much faster than if I try to describe it in words, and even which is even better than trying to describe it in text. So I think text is really going to struggle in the metaverse when you can't.
But just like we have back channel here, I think it's still necessary as a function because some you can only hear one thing or focus on one video, and at the same time you can text to as an ads
Yeah, but
addition.
just news in general is going to be when you can take me to South Sudan and show me the conflict, like I'm standing there, or you can describe it to me in text. I'm not so interested in hearing your really feeble attempts
interpretation.
at
Yes,
poetry.
yes, I agree with you. I just saying text is still a must have thing
Mm.
from my
Yeah,
opinion.
it's necessary because you have different people with different skill
Yeah.
sets and abilities to learn. So it's always going to be necessary. I do agree with you, BB.
Plus,
And
metaverse is
also for
not
the
only
capture
VR.
purpose, right? Historical purpose, you'll always need text.
Well, I mean, if you look at history, most things are done through visual and story, not through text.
So the next article is Microsoft and NVIDIA just completed the world's largest AI that mimics human language. NVIDIA and Microsoft unveiled their largest and most powerful monolithic transformer language model trained to date, the Megatron. I think that's an older headline, Megatron. We read that one before. The next one from CSQ says that NVIDIA releases Robot Toolbox to deepen support for robot operating system. And this, I imagine you sent that when we were debating this whole issue about the future of work with the cost of robots.
I did.
Right, because this is exactly what's needed. And NVIDIA is, by the way, like the seventh largest company um, in the world at the moment. So NVIDIA releasing a robot toolkit to deepen support for a robot operating system means why that's so relevant, and why Sharon perfectly sent that when we were debating this 24 hours ago, is because these singular robot arms that are now dropping in price tremendously year over year, just like solar panels, um, are now down into the $5,000 range for the Scandinavian top of the line robot arms. And then China says, oh, we can make those things for half the price. So in which they're now underway and trying to do, and just cloning them. And in the very near future, you will have $1,000 robotic arms. And when you have that, you will no longer have human baristas. The challenge will be training the robotic arm to do the tasks of the baristas, which some people have already done. Namely, Cafe X has already done that. It's a completely robot arm based cafe franchise in many airports in California, for example. The issue again is the operating system and the interface for programming the robotic arms. And so this headline that NVIDIA releases a robot toolkit for deepening support of robotic operating system tells you that all of that process of making it brain dead simple for Uncle Joey to have a robotic arm at his yogurt froyo shop is coming. We understand the problem. There's people working on
Oh,
that.
it's bigger than that for the robotics people, for us right now. So, when you think about the biggest change that democratized access to code, people always think about going from machine code to C++, but I would bet that it's actually going from C++ to Python, and you're going to a higher level of coding, so it's easier. Anybody can kind of write Python, and you can learn Python in weeks. Robot Operating System, or ROS, is sort of our version. And if you want ROS to work extremely well, you have to code even today in C++. Of course you can do Python with ROS, but it makes latency issues a huge issue. With this, they're enabling, and this is a crazy thing to say, and I can't talk too much about it because we with NVIDIA, because there's a lot of releases coming right now, but they're actually enabling your average Joe to be able to do edge processing on ROS using the simplest, highest level code. Like, essentially, they're going to build edge processing based no code tools for robotics. It's going to be a game changer. Anybody, and that barista thing that you're talking about. Imagine you could just take the arm, show it what you're doing, and
They're
and it literally copies and mimics it without
they're already
knowing
they're
any
already
code.
learning. I mean, the universal robots and the cobots we work with in the machining world are already learning. You put them in program mode and you just show them and they learn.
Yeah, but
They're
what I'm
like
talking
almost
about is learning with edge processing. So what you're talking about is just the motion, Chris. But what I'm saying is, let's say that you change the tooling or the end effector.
Oh yes,
They
yeah.
they literally adjust and adapt for that situation. Your barista, no matter how bad they are at spelling your name, they still do work with many different situations at the same time. Here, you could actually teach a robot the rules or the rewards and the policy, and then it will figure
That is
out
a
what to
game
do in
changer.
each situation. And it's all happening at the edge, which is even scarier. And Nana is going to be programming robots soon. I promise you, it's a game changer. What Nvidia is doing in the space, Ross has never had. They have Move It Studio and other things, but they've never had this like higher level layer to it. And
And the
now the
training is
average,
scalable, right? Because you can just take that training data and push it out. So it's not like
yeah,
you train
exactly.
Yeah,
100
exactly.
baristas.
This causes that scalability to happen in a deeper fashion.
Well, there's actually a British team that's working on a pair of arms that resemble just human arms, and the system learns to cook by watching videos of chefs, which is probably the slickest version of this that I've seen. And that's 18,000 pounds. So that's a one-time purchase. So in terms of scaling, definitely really exciting.
And there's even a robot now that's going to come to market. I think it's on Go. I'm not sure which Indiegogo. I'm not sure which platform, but they're actually only at 1,900 for USD. It's made by a German or European company, manufactured in China, of course. It's coming out soon for
So
users, like 3D
semi
printing.
semi-related note, even though the programmer interface is going to be all kinds of great open source stuff, the drivers, and this is true of NVIDIA's GPU and AI stuff, are not open source. And the thing here is that GPUs have been notorious security holes and vulnerabilities.
Okay, so somebody just sent in a really interesting one. Who was this? CSQ. That's Sharon. So it's from the Washington Post, and it's an opinion piece tearing them an asshole, basically. The media slant on the headline is just gets you into the door. It says the media slant on Joe Rogan and COVID has been wrong. Journalists must do better. But this article isn't really anything to do with Joe Rogan or COVID, but it has everything to do with journalists must do better. He says, among media critics, one sees a dangerous trend. Reporters are increasingly urged to be definitive, to call out liars and to defend science and to hurl all sorts of Zeus-like thunderbolts educating the truth. This is a terrible idea. I've spent my adult life around reporters. I'm married to one. I count others among my best friends. Indeed, I've lived for 60 years inside the skin of one. I find reporters to be a congenial and amusing company on the whole. Some are inspirational. I've never met one who knows everything or is right all the time. What makes a good reporter is not knowledge. It's the hunger for knowledge, curiosity, open-mindedness, independence, and a willingness to think anew. The good reporter wakes up each day ready to be surprised, ready to see a new thing, or an old thing cast in a new light. This leads to a corollary observation. Generally, the more a reporter knows on a subject, the more open-minded they become. Likewise, a knowledgeable reporter on the climate beat is one who understands that computer models of the future climate involve a lot of guesswork. Political reporters, and I say this with love, rarely know much of anything. Those don't make political coverage worthless, though much of it is. Politics affects our lives. It's important. It bears watching. But it does mean that political journalism should be done in a spirit of humanity. In my experience, journalists who admit uncertainty and owns up to mistakes is ultimately more trusted, not less so. So far, there's a lot of evidence that, it says, it's not the journalist's job to tell people what to think. The job is to question, to learn, and to share those learnings, as well as their limits. In weighing the credibility of sources, we must first examine ourselves. So kudos to the Washington Post for allowing this crazy dude,
David Von Thurtle, I think his name is.
yes, for letting David speak some truth and wisdom, some much needed reminder of your role as journalists, if that's what you decide to call yourselves. So
Yeah, but Tyler, in fairness, if you're a true political journalist, if you cover politics, that's whether we like politics or not. And most of us here don't, even though I used to be in it, but most of us don't. And I don't even like politics, but that's why I'm not in it anymore. But it is a profession and requires a certain knowledge base, like any other industry. So if you want somebody to explain the reconciliation process, the budget process in Congress, you don't go to somebody who knows how to, code in Python. You go to know somebody who knows how a bill passes Congress, and that political reporter would know that. So there is a certain knowledge that has a value there.
Or you have somebody who wants to know how it works and so is coming at it from a layperson perspective and has the good fortune to have either a senator or some other government official who's willing to walk them through it. So I don't think it's always necessarily the case that you have to be the expert, but you do have to ask the right kind of questions and to make sure they're not leading questions, to make sure they don't bias the story. All that stuff is super critical, not just the knowledge base.
No,
It's
but I'm
why
saying
they call
you have someone
somebody
who's done it for 20
seasoned
years, they
versus
could
not
actually
seasoned.
in the process.
But yeah, Ken, that's exactly what I was going to say. It's seasoned versus not seasoned, right? So there's a reason the journalists that are starting their careers in Des Moines spend, one day covering, the murder at the university, the next day covering election, and the next day covering the butter cow at the state fair. And you work your way, up up the food chain, as it were, as you figure out where your knowledge base is and where you've got some expertise, and that's it takes years to acquire that, and the relationships too.
okay, next up is from Faraz. Is store hailing the next big thing for retail? Is the headline. That website doesn't work. Okay, we'll skip that one. From Shirok, China fumes as Europe gets closer to Taiwan. At least one parliamentarian claimed to have been privately threatened by Chinese diplomats ahead of Wednesday's ahead of Wednesday's vote to upgrade EU-Taiwan ties. China said it lodged diplomatic protests on Thursday after the European Parliament voted overwhelmingly in favor of deepening the European Union's ties with Taiwan. No EU member state has formal relations with the island, but members of European Parliament, MEPs, have been vocal in their support of the East Asian democracy. Late on Wednesday, they adopted a report that compels the bloc to forge closer economic and diplomatic relations with Taipei within its own one China policy, under which Brussels will not recognize Taiwan's statehood. The People's Republic of China claims Taiwan is one of its provinces, despite having never governed it since the PRC's founding in 1949. The Chinese leadership has threatened to seize the island if necessary by force. A spokesperson for China's mission to the EU responded shortly after the EP announced the outcomes of the previous evening's plenary session, in which 580 MEPs vote in favor of upgrading EU-Taiwan ties, while 26 voted against the report and 66 abstained. Despite China's repeated objections, the European Parliament adopted a relevant report blatantly advocating for elevating so-called EU-Taiwan political relations. The statement said, "We express firm opposition to this and have lodged stern representations with the EU side." A spokesperson called on Brussels to correct its mistakes and create conditions for the sound and steady development of China-EU relations. And then at least one European lawmaker claimed to have been intimidated by Chinese diplomats in the run-up to Wednesday's vote. Swedish Social Democrat Evan Insir read aloud the contents of a letter she received from Beijing's representatives in Stockholm. "A few months ago, I received a letter of a threat by a Chinese embassy in Sweden stating, 'We express strong discontent and firm opposition to your support of the so-called EU-Taiwan political relations and cooperation report. We hope that you withdraw your support immediately and not pursue this course of action. Otherwise, you shall be held responsible for all consequences.'" Insir said she would vote for the report in defense of freedom and democracy. Swedish Democrat Charlie Weimers, the report's reporter, said in a statement on the EP's website, the European Parliament's first report on EU-Taiwan relations demonstrates that the EU is ready to upgrade its relationship with our key partner in Taiwan. The Commission must now intensify EU-Taiwan relations. Taiwan's foreign ministry spokesperson told Newsweek on Thursday that the EP's passage marked a new milestone in relations with the European. Taiwan would build on its existing foundation with the EU to become an indispensable economic security and values partner. And somebody sent me a link a couple days ago from Sweden. It was Anna Linda from Sweden, about how the ambassador to China's ambassador to Sweden is being kicked out or something for making similar threats that we just read to the Swedish member of the European Parliament who got that threat from the Chinese embassy. And I received a similar threat myself when I had the Hong Kong protest organizers speak at my event in Sweden, in Stockholm, for my annual big event. And I got a similar letter from the ambassador, the Chinese ambassador to Sweden, making very similar threats to me. And he was threatening to tell all of my sponsors that they would have a hard time doing business in China if they continue to sponsor the event, and yada yada yada. And oh boy, did things get interesting. Anyway,
Yeah, I don't understand the tactic though, because it seems to be, hey, you better not do this thing, which is obviously the righteous thing to do from the perspective of left-leaning Europeans. So you're only calling their bluff, and unfortunately, I think in these kind of instances, Europe tends to not be bluffing when most of the time I think people have historically thought they were bluffing.
Yeah, so this year at the United Nations, we have 13 countries supporting Taiwan. So one more than last year. So that's the reality, I think. So even so, still Taiwan is excluded from UN. So
yep.
yeah, that.
The next headline from Shirok that the international order isn't ready for the climate crisis. What gave it away? What tipped you off there? The planet is in the throes of an environmental emergency. Humanity's continued addiction to fossil fuels and its voracious appetite for natural resources has led to runaway climate change, degraded vital ecosystems, and ushered in the slow death of the world's oceans. Earth's biosphere is breaking down. Our depredation of the planet has jeopardized our own survival. Given these risks, it's shocking that the multilateral system has failed to respond more forcefully and has instead merely tinkered at the margins. Although the US and the EU have adopted measures to slow the pace, the international order isn't
It's
ready.
just so good to hear
Yeah,
this feel good story.
yeah. It's uplifting. Yeah, it's positive. And the next one is from Verdan that China's tech advances in cyber space domains most worrisome, according to General Bipin Rawat from India. So, an Indian general. Hold on while I sneeze. So, the Chief of Defense Staff General in India on Friday said that India faces a myriad of external security challenges, and most worrisome are China's technological advances in the cyber and space domains. He was speaking at a 3-day Indian Air Force conclave that was inaugurated by Defense Minister at the Yalahanka Air Force Station to commemorate 50 years of victory in the 1971 Indo-Pakistan War. And he said India is also witnessing geostrategic competition in the Indo-Pacific, including a race for strategic bases in the Indian Ocean region and increasingly militarization of the Belt and Road outposts in the region by northern adversary China. Most worrisome are China's technological advances in the sphere of cyber and space domain, which often transcend beyond the military to include critical national infrastructure as well, he said, adding that the recent incidents on the northern borders, along with aggressive posturing, will remain a cornerstone of China's expansionist foreign policy, of which India has to always be wary about. We continue to see increased activities of China in disputes which it is unilaterally claiming to be its own in the South China Sea, he said. And he also spoke about the cross-border proxy war and facilitation of terrorism, particularly in the Jammu and Kashmir by Pakistan, and the situation of Afghanistan having potential for new challenges which could happen at any point in time. He also highlighted that China has moved towards jointness and theater commands, he said, and he spelled out in its operational doctrine that it wants to be no more a regional power, but a world-class military power. Okay. The next one is from Lucast, which says, you may have always known women are good with money. Now research confirms it. A growing number of women are increasing their investing prowess, and financial education research shows. And Safe sends in this one from MIT. And the headline reads, they show how intelligence and body plans are closely linked and could unlock AI for robots. Okay. And then Netta sends in this one from the Daily Mail UK that a process uses cow manure to make drinkable water. The cow manure was turned into a foam that sits on top of seawater surface, and then sunlight hits the area. Water beneath the black material turns to drinkable water.
Delicious.
I will tweet that out.
We just need a person like Bill Gates taking a sip of that nice glass of water.
French government to invest 650 million euros in digital health. France has the potential to be the leader in digital health, its health minister has said, and announced an investment of 650 million euros for digital health. And Safe sends in this one from MIT that partnerships with law enforcement give smart cameras to the survivors of domestic violence, but who does it really help? And then Evan found this gorgeous photo series which says Sony imagines that we'll live at sea with self-sustaining floating habitats in 2050. And you have to see
Our
these.
world.
Yeah, these are gorgeous. Totally stunningly gorgeous floating houses. And that can snap together and form it has 6 sides. What is a 6-sided object called?
Hexagon.
Hexagon. That's 6 for hex. So you've got these hexagons can snap together. Each hexagon is a floating house, which like half of the livable area is above the water, half the livable area is below the water. But they float, and then you can link 2 together. In fact, you could surround 1 with 6 more and have a total of 7 and make like a honeycomb out of them. Very cool.
Hexagons are tight. That's awesome.
That's a fantastic concept for seasteading. You just need a little motor on those things, like a cruise along. Anyway, next up,
Pop up some Bitcoin.
you got Evan sends in this. Speaking of happy headlines, flesh-eating STD that causes beefy red
Oh,
sores
love
is
this.
spreading in the UK, called donovanosis.
Coronavirus.
Why do you know that?
Because I stalk Evan's timeline.
A once rare flesh-eating sexually transmitted disease that causes beefy red ulcers is reportedly spreading in the UK.
This will make you not want to have sex ever again.
Well, certainly not in the UK.
Beefy red ulcers. Jesus effing.
Flesh-eating STDs.
2021 cannot
Was
do
he or
any
she
No,
better.
worth it?
course,
That's the question.
2021's kind of coming in hot.
Oh, dude, it's not going away easy.
Okay, and then Canada argues new U.S. electric vehicle tax credit plan could violate something. So tweeting that one out. Or could maybe the world.
Canada just needs to get
Auto.
tough, man.
And then The Verge says that Tesla's driving data storage system has been hacked by Dutch investigators. The system stores driving data for at least a year. And that, my friends, takes us to the end of the tweets. We did it yet again. Although somebody DM'd me that there's a new Clubhouse feature called, and they, in announcing this feature, they named Tech News Around the World on their own website.
No.
Yeah, and
Woohoo!
and the feature is basic. It's called Pin a Link. Pinned links. It's called. So now we could share headlines above my head, in the space between my head and the title of the room. There's now going to be space to share a link, which will include the image and the title of the link.
Woohoo!
Essentially,
Like Twitter Spaces, right?
just very identical to Twitter Spaces. Yeah. So
Please keep the Twitter links.
yeah, we'll maybe we could try both somehow. Okay. Well,
Done it.
there we go. Thank you, everybody.
We
Thank you,
did it,
We
Tyler.
did
Hey,
it.
thanks, Tyler.
Thanks, Tyler.
What 5 hour session. Well done, everybody.